I'll take a look.
If it doesn't state how long it takes to eat one, I normally would just hand wave it, but I feel like I really want to go down a research rabbit hole and find out.
It's an hour. It does state how long
damn.
it takes her to eat one.
I was very excited to learn for real how long it takes, like a
eat a
Martin
scroll
to eat paper. Yeah.
Jaeger probably knows.
What?
Just give her a little bib and a fork and a knife and put the piece of paper on like a plate for her.
Yep. Speaking of Jaeger, he'll be here shortly, but in the meantime, hello, welcome to Wildfolk, episode 64, like the second greatest generation of video games.
What?
The 64-bit era.
What?
It was a really good time.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Nintendo 64.
This thing isn't real.
Oh my god, children. When we left off last time, you guys had arrived in Port Barktoom, where you discovered that there's a serial little ship that is just kind of a standard trading merchant vessel. They're here to pick up a bunch of reagents, a bunch of healing stuff, a bunch of mostly herbs and flowers that have been gathered from the desert. And they're going to sail it all the way up north along the coast, back over to Sierra. And you guys have a quarter of a plan to...
That's really generous of you. Thank you.
to commandeer this ship and use it to get to Lateon instead. As you were making your preparations, along the way, you rescued Jahari, who did a little bit of a seance ritual thing to try to get some of her own memories back using an aromatic blend of incredibly sharp perfumes and spices. And along the way, Ethan and Foster also got some of their memories back. Specifically, possibly, their last memories? Weird memories of the moon and being on it. And then you woke up and started to get ready because you realized the ship had got in a day early. And you know that it's not going to leave a day early, that would mess everything up, but you have more time to look at it and prepare. You have the rest of this afternoon, and then it leaves tomorrow afternoon. As you were making preparations, you noticed that there was another passenger aboard the ship who you recognized. The big, brutish, barbarian, white-scaled dragonborn, Drajak the Red, who was accompanied by his squire, and was headed towards the ship to board it. Kaz bought you guys a whole bunch of time by distracting him with some magic tricks and trying to entertain him a little bit. In the meantime, you guys were able to get down there and do a little bit of research of your own, talking to the crew and the captain and the guards. Ethan, the whole time, kind of just pretending to be a dock worker and listening in, while Branch and Ruko and a dead Foster pretended to be pilgrims, missionaries of some sort, from the Aevan Church, the Church of the Elves in Cyrillin, and were able to successfully trick the captain and negotiate for passage aboard their ship. So you have a way on to the ship. The rest of your plan is yet to be formed. And that is where we left off. The captain has just gone back aboard his ship, and you guys have the rest of the afternoon. You can board whenever you would like, but it is up to you if you'd like to do that immediately or if you'd like to regroup somewhere and work out some more plans first.
Regroup and work out plan.
Wonderful.
God, it would have been so cool if I actually managed to draw that thing.
Then you guys are able to kind of find a time to peel away, assuming that Ethan also does as well. If not, Ethan, if you have other plans, let me know.
I stick around for a bit, talk like I belong here, and I think he's actually like lashing crates together with a rope decently.
Oh, also, isn't there one thing that you need to tell us about, like, what the other party did?
Yes, thank you for the reminder. I should probably actually, go look at my notes. I should open those up. This is a little bit retroactive, and I'll probably actually have to repeat this when Riku gets back, because he is the one with Dream Message. But about it's like a week ago at this point, and we're just going to kind of do a meta hand wave to say that you guys have known this the whole time. I don't think it changes anything you do. But about a week ago, as you were traveling through the desert, you guys got a message from Jane, which was essentially, I should have written it verbatim, but it was essentially, hey, we've discovered Cyrillin is manipulating our dreams to spy on us and learn our locations. Be suspicious if you have weird dreams. It's a one-way message.
Who does she send it to?
Great question. Who in this party would Jane trust the most? I think it probably would be Kaz, actually. So Kaz, at some point about a week ago, you got this message from Jane.
Is he dead?
He's dead. We lost
Oh
him.
no!
He's
Probably
gone
in the
forever.
kitchen.
James
You-
killed him.
What was the message again? I'm so sorry. They're fucking with our dreams?
Yeah, the message was essentially, we've discovered that Cyrillin is manipulating our dreams to try to get information information out of us, specifically trying to find our locations. Be suspicious if you have any weird dreams.
Roger.
What? What the hell do they want with the other party? With them? If nothing else is happening right now, I'm going to probably go around town with Foster and Ruko and probably Kaz if Ethan's not joining us, and just like look at stuff and like trying to haphazard like items and scrounging shit to prepare like
Just like
The
a little
shit
bit of a
things.
supply run. Perfect.
yeah, and I'll actually like pull Foster aside and be like, so I've got an idea. Way to make yourself useful while you're in that coffin. You comfortable with this, by the way? We kind of just like improvised all that, and we have to buy a coffin now too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with it.
Oh, okay. Well,
If you got it, use it. And I got bones.
I mean, have you ever given thought to like what kind of coffin you'd want? You know,
I don't
Like
really
gold rimmed?
coffee.
I'd want a gold rimmed coffin. Honestly, it'd be real cool. I want a gold rimmed coffin, and I want and I want people to dump it and set it like on fire and put it into the ocean. If I die, can you do that for me?
It would be my greatest honor.
Ah, hell yeah. Fucking anyway.
What do I know about, like, serial burial rites? Do I know of, like, a convincing coffin to buy?
Almost certainly. You can give me society or religion. Either one would be appropriate.
Oh, thank God, I'm bad at both of those.
He's from Cirillo. He's literally.
He is from Cyrillin 300 years ago.
I
So,
like to imagine I tell him, and it's just a little outdated.
It's a little
Nobody does it anymore.
the nice thing about an elven or a primarily elven society, however, is that they move slower. So the things that are 300 years old in Cyrillin are closer to like what would be 40 or 50 years old in our own society. There are people alive who still remember doing it that way. And 14 is pretty good. You would know that the esteemed, the devout, are buried usually in mausoleums, sometimes just like fully open on slabs. If they're very important, they might get a casket, but even then, rarely are they fully enclosed. They like to have a view of the sky as they are buried, which usually means that they are mummified, they are dried out, they are pumped full of chemicals, and then they are given like an open-face casket in a mausoleum where they are staggered like a stepwell so that they can each be hit by the suns each day. And that means that they dry out like raisins really fast. It's not super pretty, but they do an okay job with the embalming process. On a 14, you would also know that that treatment is not given to anyone that they suspect of being susceptible to undeath or to monsters. Those are simply burnt. They are burned so that they cannot be contacted in the afterlife or returned to undeath.
No. Maybe don't move around too much when we got you in there, but I think it's reasonable to expect that like a closed casket for you will be fine just for fucking transport, you know? Ruko had him slump you over his shoulder so that he could fucking carry you, and I think we're gonna just pretend he went crazy in the desert. But yeah. Hey, you got any like scruples kind of stealing the ship from your own people or anything either?
I mean, not to be too macabre about it, but my people died a long time ago.
And no loyalty to the state or anything like that?
From the sounds of things, it's not the same Cyril it was when I was alive.
Well, the burial rites are still the same. Oh, whatever.
Well, that's true.
It's all
Slow moving.
can't really say I'd be like the reason we chose a fucking serial ship to commandeer is because the fucking is because the is because I don't know. Most of us just have a problem with them in general. If it were I think if it were a ship from Family War, I'd have trouble with it. Honestly,
I don't know if like it's not really the alliance that makes it hard. It's more just. I mean, I've never done really piracy before, but I mean, I'm game for anything.
you'll be great at it. I have a feeling that you'd be one of the greatest espionage agents on the planet if you got into this career. You know, with the whole like gardening thing already, you can pretend to have like a job that makes you look fucking inconspicuous already. Speaking of, and Branch probably just like goes into his fucking coat and pulls out some shit. So this is an igniter.
Oh, okay.
You know how to use something like this?
I don't.
All right. I don't either. I bought it because they said it sets flammable stuff on fire.
Okay, good.
But it seems useful. I think we can.
Now, I
can we
don't
not
know much
talk-
about.
And we're not talking in public. I'm assuming we went to.
I
somewhere
assume
private
you
to
have
talk
found
about
a private
terrorism.
place.
Yeah. Okay. Good. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say I don't know much about piracy or shipworks, as I just said, but I don't think lighting the boat on fire at sea is typically the move.
Yeah. That's why we're going to do some kind of controlled burn or some shit like that. You know, wildfires kind of won't. You know that like wildfires are kind of controlled with the amount of like with certain plants in there and stuff like that. You know any like plants that are like slightly less flammable than others? I'm assuming they'll probably like put you in the cargo deck too, which means less chances of anything important getting burned up.
Oh, I mean, hopefully.
And
Let's see here.
And if it all goes to hell anyway, I've got a contingency for you, and he gives you some frost vials that I've had since the beginning of the campaign and don't know where they came from.
I don't know any plant. Well, I suppose I could make a check to see if I know any plants that are particularly resistant to fire, but nothing comes immediately to mind.
You can give me a nature check if you want to.
Other than like the flame onion that we found way back at the start of the campaign.
I also still have the burnt remains of that if that still like does anything. But yeah.
That is quite good. Fuster, you'd be aware that like most living plants, especially young living plants, are actually surprisingly fire resistant. Deciduous is a little better than evergreen. If like a young oak tree, pretty surprisingly fire resistant. The same is true for like a lot of vines, ivy. You essentially just want to avoid dead trees, and like evergreens, pine is not super fire resistant. The idea that wood is flammable comes from the fact that we dry it out and use it as firewood, but living plants are not very vulnerable to fire.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah.
Ask them.
If the fucking cargo gets set on fire, I mean, maybe the rest of the ship will stop it. But they'll have a vested interest in getting that away. And that'll give everyone else time to board the ship from the sea, too, right?
It definitely buys us some time. We are talking about boarding like 12 people onto the ship, though.
True, you don't have a plan for the prisoners yet.
The other 10 are they'll come after. We'll just, I don't know, hire someone to man the riverboat for a bit. I didn't think that far ahead, but I mean I got this, and I pull out the fucking rope catch thing, which like just puts like a rope down, and then I got like at this point Branch is just fumbling, like emptying it out like a bunch of random shit from his bag. That's like anything from like fucking frost vials to like stuff as simple as rope to just like a silencer. It's like I like any of this could be useful, right? Listen, if you got fucking concerns, just fucking tell me.
I don't. it's not concerns with like anything you're proposing. It's I know we'll figure it out as we go. It's more that we really don't have much of a plan at all. But I think we're going to be okay.
I mean, I at least like to go in with something. I was trying to think for a while, but
Well, we've got you, me, and Ruko on the ship. Sounds like pretty handily. If we can create some kind of distraction, like maybe you set a fire, that's not a bad idea. The other ship is like a canoe, right?
yeah, and we're going to sail that into the ocean tonight to talk to a demigod and have her make sure the fucking waves aren't calm when we listen. It's the best we got.
Canoe is a little reductive. It's more like a fishing boat. It's like a little, like the thing from Jaws.
Okay, so it can like keep up with the ship, or
It would keep up for a short time if the wind was not helping the sailing ship too much. The issue is that if you get out into deep sea and there's choppy water, it's just going to capsize immediately. But the weather is clear today.
Yeah.
I mean, the plan seems solid enough as it can be. I don't know how else we would commandeer the ship other than just outright trying to take it here on the docks, though.
Yeah. Listen, we show up, we fucking punch a bunch of motherfuckers, they bow down to us. We're game, right?
I'm sure it's gonna go just like that.
Yeah. No fucking qualms. All right. Thanks for being a good sport. Now, excuse me, I think I have a Feroxa to disguise properly. Finally.
Yeah, of course. I'll practice my dead face.
You do a really killer deadpan, let me tell you.
Hey. As that conversation is going on, Enrico will come back to you and get you caught up on the things you missed, but as all of that is happening, Ethan, down at the dock, is there anything in particular that you're trying to fish out, or are you just trying to kind of establish a presence here and make them think that you're a dock worker?
Bit of both. I am trying to establish a presence and also trying to get information more about the ship specifically. So I'm getting it from the dock workers, like how often are these people here? What do they often do if they are here often? And I'm also like, if they're letting me load stuff into the ship, I'm getting to know the actual people on the ship.
Okay, wonderful. Let's figure out how the ball starts rolling with a deception check. And this is essentially to make it seem like, yes, you're a dock worker. Yes, you belong here. Yes, you know how to do your job.
So this a plus of 4.
Plus 4 from your disguise puts it to a 16. You are able to get away with this for a while. Enough to get a few very short conversations in, which we'll play out here in a second. But you do notice as you're getting this starting, out of the corner of your eye, you see a couple other dock workers keep looking over to you, like kind of, who's that guy? Like curious.
Who's this new person?
Right. And at one point, you see one of them kind of like looks at you and sort of gives you a real scrutinizing look, and does start to walk away in sort of like a, I'm going to go get the manager sort of style. With that said, you do see the dock house. It's at least a good 5 minutes down the street. You imagine you have some time, I guess, to see where the ball rolls. Now go ahead and give me a diplomacy check to see if you can cozy up to any of the real crew and start having conversations in that time.
Here you go.
Okay. Thankfully, in the short time that you're there, you're able to kind of start mingling with the real crew of the ship. They buy the act pretty completely, and most importantly, they just appreciate having the extra help, and you're pretty nice. You find that there is a Ratfolk who is like built like a tank. He's only 4 feet tall, but it is all just a wall of muscle, and he's like carrying in a bunch of these barrels. He's got rope slung over his shoulder, and he looks up and says, "Hey, can you hand me that one?"
What was saying?
I haven't seen you around. What are you doing here?
I've only been here for a few months.
Good work? Good money?
Yeah, it's all right.
I thought about quitting a few times and staying here instead. I like the weather. It's too cold up in Sierra.
I've never been to Sirlin.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's cold, but it's beautiful. Trees as big as a house, or bigger.
You've been here often.
We come every few months. Came at that?
Why? Yeah. He's handing him stuff like, but why? Like,
Thanks.
weather's
Oh,
aside from the weather, we're lousy with the dead.
These guys like fighting the dead, although we don't really leave the ship. Mostly we just come here because the reagents are valuable. They use a lot of potions up there. Big cities.
Magic shit.
Magic shit. Grows like weeds out here. So I'm told. I thought about actually trying to join one of the groups. What are the parties they call them? I've thought about joining a party and going out and try to hunt it down, but I don't know if lifting boxes translates well to smashing skulls.
You ever hit a guy?
Yeah, I've hit a guy.
It's a start.
It is a start. The problem is that most guys have me by about 2 feet, and I can hit real hard, but I'm not hitting anything higher than the solar plexus. And you want to take the guy out, you really you got to hit the chin.
Oh, just get a spear.
I could
Gives
get
you
a
the
spear,
range you need.
I guess.
Anyone could use a spear. The spear is a king's weapon.
Yeah, you really think so? I don't think of kings with spears.
Oh no, more like it's the king of weapons.
Oh, that might be true. It's been on top for a long time.
Thousands of years, the spear will always come on top.
Yeah.
Until you got guns.
I was going to say,
bows.
you think so, even with the Emmerichs now?
Probably not against the Emmerichs, but against a bunch of mindless undead.
That's true. Hey, do those skeletons use guns? You're from here,
Not that
right?
I know of. Yes, I'm from here.
Oh, that'd be terrifying.
The skeletons using guns, they don't normally use weapons. They will sometimes use something they used in life. That's not often.
Okay. So if we give it like 30, 40 years, maybe they'll use guns.
Maybe.
I mean, if a skeleton can use a bow, a skeleton can use a gun. Anyway, here, this one's a two-person. Can you mind help lift this onto the ship?
Yeah. Sure. It's okay. My athletics is plus 10.
Excellent. And with this one, you are kind of given implicit permission to come aboard the ship and to start exploring it. You start to see a lot of the other crew. Most of them appear to be Cyril, but just kind of your common worker. None of them are like clergy or knights or guards, except for the ones that are clergy, knights, and guards, which is about 5 of them. And I'm going to pull you over to the ship layout so you can see what it looks like real quick. Where is it? Where is it?
Thought it was just this ship here. I guess there's an inside. It's nice.
Where is this map? Did I not upload this map? Okay. Well, I'm going to panic and upload it real quick. In the meantime, as kind of a meta above the board, what are like a couple pieces of information that you want to try to get out of this conversation?
Where do the important people stay? One of them. Where would you keep the prisoners? How many people here are civilians? How many people here work with Eva and are like the sun speakers, whatever you call them? And how many of the and where would they keep the staves when they're not being used, so we can toss them?
Perfect. With a 26, you're able to have a nice, friendly conversation with this guy. He trusts you. He interprets all of these questions as like, what's it like working on a Cyril ship, and not like we're trying to scout out your ship to sabotage it. He is able to tell you that they have 2 sun speakers and 3 wardens on board at all time. One of the sun speakers is primarily responsible for just like helping the ship move. The other one is explicitly there for warcasting for defense. And it happens a lot. There are pirates all over the place, especially up north. You would notice that he describes pirates as they pass by Regal Water, which you understand is actually Spirit Weaver territory. So Spirit Weavers attack these ships and they think they're pirates. They call them pirates.
Gotcha.
And in fact, they have a confrontation on the way down.
Okay.
Happens all the time. There's a captain's quarters. It is on the upper floor of the stern castle, way at the back of the ship, all the way up. Everybody else sleeps in crew quarters down in the cargo deck. There are 8 rooms that have bunk beds in each one, so 16 total spots. and then a bunch of hammocks just kind of strewn out around the cargo area.
Yeah. I guess the way he's doing this is like he's portraying himself as a very simple like dock worker. He acts very impressed when he mentions things like, "Oh, they're pirates and we handle them." Like, "Oh wow, this ship can go very far into the sea." I've only seen like river boats and like the occasional fishing boat. This one's like a very big one.
Yeah, she's a great ship. She's fast. She has to be. We make this trip very often.
And the questions I ask are less like, "Hey, where the important people sleep?" And it's more like, "Hey, like how many people do you feel in here? Is it comfortable to sleep in here?" And I make inferences to like, "Oh, the poor people sleep here. That means the others are here. If you
Kind
keep
of.
your items here."
There's essentially 3 tiers of rooms. There's the captain's quarters for the captain only. Captain's great, by the way. You'll like her. She's nice. She's been one of the best I've ever worked for. There are the 8 rooms that like passengers stay in, unless we don't have any passengers, and then everybody else is on hammock. So there's not like a lot of luxury here. It's likely those new guys that he was just talking to, those missionaries or whatever, they'll probably just get stuffed into the rooms.
Fair enough. I am if I see any of this on the speakers, I esoteric lore them and take their weaknesses.
Excellent, yeah.
And I would like to learn the spells they can cast.
Perfect.
As if I succeed.
If you succeed. Wonderful. Yeah. So that can be
it does count
normally, but if you want, you could also give me religion for them.
Oh no, it's esoteric lore for me.
Right, it's esoteric lore for you. Of course it is.
They're creatures, so this is specifically
right,
for them.
Yeah.
So that's on one of them, and here's on the second one.
That's enough for a critical success.
So you can tell me whichever one they're used on. It's whoever I see first, and then the second one.
Perfect. You do learn as you study them that they're both essentially identical. They have different jobs aboard the ship, but mechanically they are both just sun callers.
Yeah, I assume they have different prepared spells. Based on one of them makes the ship go more, and the other one is a fighter, like a warcaster.
You might assume that, but that would be such a bold assumption that I had prepared 2 separate mages of the same class with different spells.
Fair.
Realistically,
I'm sorry, I tried to be immersed.
You're right. You're probably actually right. I just only have a single stat block for the 2 of them.
I know.
So imagine that one of these probably also has like control water and instant
and
put out fires and stuff.
Yeah, like see through fog or whatever.
Excellent.
Trade food and water, that sort of stuff.
So let's see. The DC is normally. Oh yeah, that's a crit success. Wonderful. Then you learn that they are divine casters, but in spite of that, they are able to do a lot of arcanish magic using divine spell casting. They have like a little bit of a slant on it. Unsurprisingly to you, a lot of it is fire-based. They have fireball, they have slow, they have a little bit of a hodgepodge. They've got lightning bolt prepared. They have slow and stinking cloud prepared. You do find that they have resilient sphere as kind of like their like simmer down, we need to sort this out spell.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of them have they both have hydraulic push prepared. They have fear prepared. On a critical success, though, the big thing that you learn is that they are both capable of angelic summoning. They are both able to conjure Aevan angels to fight for them.
Okay, they can summon angels.
They don't have any like intrinsic weaknesses. They're elves. They're just people. But you would know that they have a personal antithesis against monsters. Anyone who like challenges the might Aeva. They are clerics, and they're very devout, fanaticized clerics. So anything that opposes their god.
Right.
How hard did they have to believe it before their god opposes it? Like, if they're really racist toward my people, like how much did they have to believe it before the angels will actively try to kill me?
This is a great question, actually. Give me a religion check.
Yeah. Because I know empathy, the whole
Absolutely.
magic is stupid. It's freaking interesting. You said what?
Religion, yeah.
Oh, golly gee. I'm a religious fellow, I'm sure.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, you know this actually very well. Although clerics and other divine spellcasters pull their magic from the gods, it's kind of an involuntary one-way process. And what that means is it's more important that the caster believes it than that the god believes it. They would have to egregiously misrepresent their god's will in order to not have the magic happen. And what that means is that you can get two clerics serving the same god, and as long as they can kind of make a case for like, no, this is why it should happen, or no, this is why it should happen, you could have two clerics that are fighting each other using powers from the same god because they disagree over what their god stands for. And this is kind of a...
God thinks it's funny.
Sometimes. There's like a lot of... The God of Disease is a really good example of this. The God of Disease has a lot of good followers and a lot of bad followers, because there are some people who interpret it as like, oh, this god supports the idea of people dying to diseases. This very like surface level understanding of the god. But then there are other clerics that are like, no, this god uses diseases to refine us and to help us evolve and become stronger biologically. And as such, his domain also covers protection from diseases. And you can get these two sects of the same religion, and the god gives power to both of them, because the god's like, you know what, those both make sense. You can both have my power.
No, I think they're just like, wow, it feels good when people are paying attention to me. Wait, you said what? Never mind.
On a natural 20, you're absolutely correct. The gods have a very strong incentive to give their power to anyone that doesn't totally fuck them over, because it literally makes them stronger when people believe in them and use their power.
And they're immortal. They've gone through all different interpretations.
Yep.
Come on. It makes sense.
Let's see.
But now I'm scared.
True. It comes to mind with the natural 20. There are almost certainly followers of Aeva who don't hate the Spirit Weavers. That are like, Aeva stands for a lot of other things. Aeva stands for beauty and art and creation and discovery and divination. Things that are not inherently like xenophobic. On a natural 20, because you fought these people for your entire life, you would have a historical understanding that the xenophobic sect of Aevan religion is, historically speaking, kind of a new development in the past like 300 years. For a very long time, Aeva and Cyrillin got along fine with everybody back in Foster's time.
Yeah, and my mom was somebody who was actually being diplomatic with them and understanding them from the past, but it didn't work out like that, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely.
What are your lowest saves?
Lowest save is Reflex. Fortitude is not that much better. Will is very good. The other two are mediocre.
Yeah, spellcaster saves. Makes sense.
Wonderful. Wunderbar.
And if I see Dejek, it says Dezek?
Oh my god, I always forget. Drajak.
Dejak. Jajak. If I see him again, I do this to him again and make him my I make him weak to me.
Excellent. Good to know.
Because I can only have one of these basically up on one person. But they last forever, apparently.
Perfect. That makes sense.
But there's no listed like end to it. So it's just it's until you use it again, apparently. So this makes sense because I was watching him ever since the arena. And I kind of see him comparing the two of them, who's a bigger threat? The Sun Colors or the Jock?
Drajak, for sure. He has no magic that you're aware of. I can't remember if you already like rolled an actual check for this and got information.
I did in the arena.
That's right, and you were owed a stat.
I've also watched him the entire time. Yeah, I've been waiting for it.
Then let me pull up a stat sheet and you can see.
I figure like, when the shit starts going down, sure we can knock unconscious a bunch of spellcasters and Cyrillin agents, but this guy's gonna if he's like, I like fighting. I wanna get in this.
Perfect. You learned. Do you remember if it was a success or a critical success?
I don't remember, but I am rolling it again.
Sure. Yeah. Let me just see another one.
I think it was just a regular success last time.
That sounds right. And his DC is
it's standard.
Standard.
Usually.
Yeah.
This is against the standard for the creature, so I don't know what level he is. think I do actually. You mentioned the level. He
For
is
sure.
like a 10 or a 9.
12. With that said, his DC is a little
he's
easier
12.
because he
Yeah.
openly fights in front of you and is not trying to hide the way that he is.
Yeah, here's my esoteric.
That is enough for... Let me go check.
Just reestablishing him. I think I've already asked a bunch of questions about him.
Yeah, that's enough for
This
a
is just-
regular success.
yeah.
You essentially learn he's just a big brute. He has a ton of health. He moves fast. He has high AC. He hits like a fucking truck. He's a standard. He's got like an attack of opportunity. And he goes into like a blood frenzy after he makes somebody bleed.
Okay, in terms of incapacitation, he's level 12.
12, correct, yeah.
Yeah? Okay, cool.
In terms of buoyancy,
You do find, and this might, you don't learn the meaning behind it, you just see it happening with your current rolls. You do see that Drajak and his squire are going into separate rooms.
Yeah, and the squire is not his son.
Give me perception?
Sure. I could also just kind of... I could... esoteric lore, hey, what's your connection?
Sure, if you want. Yeah, it's a
To
terrible
the son as well. Here's my perception first, because this is what his read is that's his kid. The guy talks to his squire a bit more more familiarity than just a dude you're teaching. It seems like one of those things where it's like, don't help him, he needs to know this. That's a father who's not very confident in this child.
13. You get those vibes. You can obviously intuit whatever you want from that. Also, they both have white scales, green eyes, and a similar
I
face
just
shape.
didn't want to assume
Yeah,
because they have white scales.
you don't have anything that conclusively supports it, but it seems like a fairly safe bet.
And,
That they're at least, like, related. Could be a much younger
Yeah.
brother or a cousin or a nephew or something.
if I do see him on the ship, I do esoteric lore the squire.
Sure, absolutely.
But
I will say this is probably about
this-
the last
this is
thing that you're going to
prior.
get before something happens.
Yeah. This is prior to the jock though.
Right.
So like yeah.
Uh,
So his weaknesses
perfect.
and his connection to Jock.
On a critical success, you do at one point hear him refer to Drajak as dad. And you kind of get a vibe on him. He is this, like, gangly, awkward... I say gangly. He's built like a truck. It's just he looks small compared to his dad. His dad is a monster, and he is just kind of a beefy dude. He looks to be in kind of his mid to late teens. He walks with, like, a little bit of a slouch. He has very low confidence. Despite the fact that he looks very strong, very capable. He just kind of has a distant look to him. He has like a bit of an odd smell, like he maybe doesn't bathe super often. Kind of a weird guy. Carrying all of this stuff, doing what he's told, very meek around him. But then on a critical success, you do see that as soon as he gets his own room, the persona changes, the attitude changes. He it's not necessarily even relief so much as like, finally I can have a little bit of power back. I can like be my own person, I guess.
Yeah. A question I would like to ask. How vengeful would he be if I killed his father?
Oh boy, I think even on a critical success, you don't learn that from casual observation. That is something you would need to like learn more about him from either
This
talking
isn't
to him
casual. It's
or walking
esoteric
for
lore.
a long time. Boy, critical success.
It's literally I'm looking for weaknesses in him, and that's what the thing does. Let's go away after this, because I do switch it to his father.
This deciding what I can give here on a crit from Mathaumaturge. You see a complicated blend of relationship emotions. There is certainly a little bit of respect and a little bit of like, yes, this is my dad, I must serve him and protect him. But there is also like a little bit of a resentment behind there. It's really hard to say. You know for sure that he would be pressured to join any fight where he was participating. You can say that with confidence. He would serve and protect.
Yeah. No, specifically, were I to murder his father in front of him, how vengeful. Like, just...
Boy, I think that this question is too complicated to get from even intense observation without getting to know him more.
I could talk to him, but I don't think there's time for it.
I was going to say, you may get time to do that, but as you are kind of heading back up, you do see that there are a couple of people that are rapidly approaching, and one is the dock worker that went off to get the dock captain, and one appears to be the dock captain himself, this human man, kind of dark skin, big golden chains around his neck, bare forearms, looks like he had spent decades working the docks, tanned all over, and he has like a not pleasant look on his face, like he is expecting trouble and he's coming towards the ship.
I just casually go inside the ship into the cargo hold, do some work, go behind some cargo, and what's the name of the kid?
The kid's name is Karaka.
Yeah, Karaka. And if he's in his room, I turn into Karaka.
Excellent. You have a quick disguise feat, I assume?
I have an item that literally turns me into anyone.
Scarf of disguise. Perfect. Excellent. Yeah. Then you take on Karaka's form, and you start to hear heated yelling outside. Like, where did that guy go? What's going on here? Did you check him? Did you ID him? And you hear your rat buddy's like, oh, shit, man, I was just loading. He's down there somewhere. He's been helping. He's not doing anything. He must be new, I think. He must have forgotten to register. I don't know. And your footsteps coming down.
Yeah, I'm walking up as I hear footsteps. I walk up like I belong here. I'm not even looking at him.
Excellent. Go ahead and give me a fairly easy deception check with your +4 from the disguise. All right.
21?
Yep. You start to head up the stairs as they kind of storm past you, doing the quick, angry walk. And you hear that they start, like, opening doors and looking around, looking through boxes, checking cargo. And they are knocking on doors and will inevitably find Karaka soon. What do you do?
Yeah. When I'm past them, I turn into someone else. And I leave.
Excellent. Okay, perfect. Go ahead and give me one more stealth check to get past like all of the crew and everything. But again, fairly easy DC. They're not paying too much attention.
Stealth deception.
Either one's fine.
Uh, 20.
All right, perfect. You are able to get past a couple people. Start to yell orders. Or well, I guess what do you disguise yourself to look like? Crew, worker. What are you doing?
I'm going to look like one of the people I've seen here who actually like has been on the ship.
Okay, excellent.
But currently isn't around.
Got it. Okay. You are able to put on the disguise. You do hear somebody like kind of calling after you as you get off the ship, but you sort of play it off and just keep walking, and nobody chases after you. You do hear yelling coming from below decks a couple of minutes later. By which point in time, I assume that you are long gone, going to reunite with your party.
The play is like, I say, I think I saw him over here. I'll tell you if I find him.
Okay, got it. Okay, excellent.
Implying that the guy has left the ship already. The one they're looking to cover my back.
Amazing. That being the case, you are able to get free and reunite with the party. At this point, I'm going to jump back over and fill in Ruko. Ruko, they did a little bit of talking about the plan. They're trying to get things together to figure out how you're going to get everybody, including the prisoners, aboard this ship. It sounds like the tentative plan is that the prisoners are going to be on the riverboat, and they're going to follow this ship out a short distance before you try to take it over, and essentially do piracy at sea. and then load up the 10 unconscious prisoners. However, another important thing, a little bit of a minor retcon. About 6 or 7 days ago, Kaz got a dream message from Jane, and the message was essentially, we've discovered that Sierra Lynn is messing with our dreams to try to fish information out of us, including our locations. Be suspicious if you experience any weird dreams. And Kaz has shared that with all of you.
I always have weird dreams, though.
Isn't that a
How
convenient
weird.
twist?
Joy, oh joy.
Cyrillin is looking for us?
Yeah, she also warned us to be wary of our dreams, but said that to me in a dream, so put some salt.
Yeah.
How about we
Oh,
just
boy.
continue proceeding as planned and not, and as we steal the ship, just not give away anything related to our identities at all, if possible.
There's enemies on the ship, and there's civilians.
I know. That's and it'd be great if none of them realized who we were by the time we're done with all this. Listen, if this ship goes missing, it's a very real chance that it'll come back to bite us in the ass later if we're not completely discreet about it, and they recognize any of us, especially the person who gave us this information.
So you're not going to take the ship?
We are taking the ship. We're just
So it is going missing.
yeah. It's just they're not going to know that we did it. Maybe we're some fucking Unma-based pirates or anything. That kind of disguise, you know?
They did mention pirates earlier. They were mentioning spirit weavers. We could just disguise ourselves as spirit weavers when we do the thing, or reveal ourselves to be. They already believe you to be pirates.
I was going to say, that's the easiest disguise ever for Ruko.
Yeah, oh no, Ruko, how will you disguise yourself as a spirit weaver?
I have no idea.
I'm gonna roll.
I can disguise myself very well as any sort of occultist, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does a spirit weaver even look like, really? Just you?
Awesome.
They have standard
Hey,
colors. The navy and turquoise. Ruko can probably describe more detail than I can here.
Yeah, that. Mhm.
They typically have a family crest that is painted into carved ivory, worn as like a clasp or as beads or a necklace or an amulet. You would be very aware. This straight up counts as a cult. It is a mix of occult and natural spellcasters that are serving a higher purpose. It is not a religious cult necessarily, but like anything that applies to cult lore would apply to the Spirit Weavers.
As it
That's
does
neat.
to religion.
Correct, yeah.
But I can't impersonate any of those, devout believers of Aheva. I could do that perfectly fine. I'm used to that stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
But the prisoners, I don't know if there's wakes behind the ship. They're gonna be bombing around, and oh jeez, maybe we can find a way to bring one. I don't know. Whatever. Plans it
we'll
as
bring
it
them
is
on
fine
after
now,
we-
but yeah.
We'll bring them on
Just
after
saying.
we take care of any, fucking hostility towards us, right? Once we're sure the ship is like secure in our hands and that no one's gonna put up a fight, then we can worry about bringing the fucking prisoners on.
Sure, but the how?
I bought a fucking
Take
ladder.
over.
I bought a fucking.
No, my God.
Ruko asks, how are we going to commandeer the ship? And Branch responds, it's okay, I bought a ladder.
I
Yeah.
don't.
Well, the
If-
giant fucker over there, he's the dangerous one. I hope he sinks instead of floats. I don't know.
I'm thinking if we beat the shit out of everyone causing resistance, that's enough of a stick to make everyone in the fucking in the actual ship want to like not fuck with us. Then after that, we
I
lead
was
them on
gonna-
with the carrot and be like, listen, we're not gonna fuck with you unless you fuck with us after that. You get me?
Honestly, no, because generally, if you start with a punch and then they subservient to you, they like concede and then go along with your plan. Normally, they are going to poison you later. Like there's deep resentment that you're just seeding in the ground. Oh, yeah. I was thinking the route of like, I don't know, like win them over, sort of be the weird sort of guys that we come on there and we gotta do like a music night or something. I don't know. I prefer to find out who they are and what they want and who they hate, and then divide them strategically. We find the people we need to fight, and then we find the people who will go along with it, or the people who will support us, and hopefully we can rally them together. And it's a big ship. I don't know if I can pull so many sails before my arms fall off and die. So it's like if we have a crew that's on our side, it'd be kind of nice. I don't know if it's possible, but I'm just saying, keep an open mind. We can win some people over, maybe. Maybe? I don't know. Okay.
I never wanted to hurt the fucking civilians on it. And Lord knows they're just doing a fucking job.
But they're on the team. They're on a team, and they see somebody attacking the team. They're good people, but they'd be like, "Oh no, danger! Don't know what's happening. I'm on this team. I gotta fight, I guess." Then they're gonna get hurt.
Know if you ever worked a job like that, but there ain't no loyalty to your bosses there.
Well, there's familiarity. You know, my people, weird people attack, fight back because scared. You know, it's just monkey brain.
Ethan, in your conversation with the Ratfolk dock worker, when the attack happened on the way here, the crew sat back and watched.
Yeah, I mentioned this.
Admittedly, they were successful. They fought it off. So, take that as you will.
If they're not in danger,
I think
they'll sit around.
I think we should stomp anyone who fucking tries to step us up to us, and then after that, we be fucking messiahs to the ones that are left. All right. I was thinking we bring good food to them and be like, hey, we're hosting a fucking banquet the likes of which you've never seen before. And I was even fucking considering giving them all advice on how to like get as much compensation out of all this shit as they possibly can afterwards. I know a bit about fucking Cyril and working law and all that. So any finances lost in the process are gonna be recuperated, possibly even like more than they would have gotten before. It's all about that. They think they're financially secure. They think they get the money. They think they're safe. They'll be fine, right?
I guess I was just, I'm gonna go into it trying to get some, win some people over first, just to kind of figure out who's hated. If you hate the boss, it's real fun to talk shit about the boss. And that
I tell them who's hated.
Yeah. Oh, you're
I've been on the ship for a while, getting information.
Yeah.
In the time that you were in there, which was a few minutes, but you got a lot of talking done with the rat guy. The general vibe is everyone loves the captain. The captain is real friendly. She's great. Captain's brother is first mate. He's fine. He's a little quiet. He doesn't really do much. They're fine with him. None of them have strong opinions otherwise. They're happy that the guard is there. The guard keeps them safe. Several of them don't really seem to like Drajak at first glance, but they don't know him super well. That he was just like gruff on the way down, and so they instinctively dislike him.
So he's a new guy, this big scary guy.
At least new to most
on the
of
ship
the crew.
voyage. Yeah. He's joining this voyage.
Right. It's not like he's a regular member of the crew. He's a passenger.
From what I learned in the arena, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you said that he owned the ship?
I believe you're getting that because in the tavern last session, he's like, "Oh, my ship is here," and
this was before the tavern. Like during the arena, I was like checking, oh, who's that guy? What's his deal? Like, what's his story? His story was he was a pirate who is now here for the glory and just here for fighting and bloodshed. That's what I remember. Could be wrong.
Right. This is not his ship, you think. If that story is true, this is not his pirate ship.
Yeah, this isn't it, because he's clearly not the captain.
Right, yeah. He's a passenger.
Just called it my ship, like, oh, this is my...
Right,
this
my
is my
train's
bus.
here, my plane is landing, etc.
Yeah.
Well, we won't know until we find out, so maybe we should just figure it out. I don't want to hurt people if we don't need to, and I don't want to risk it myself, so if we have people to help, that's also awesome. You can incentivize them. So I don't know. Figure it out.
Sure.
Incentives, probably keeping their lives, probably money. I'm going to assume that's typical.
just don't want to make them go along with our plan because they're in danger. Because they're going to constantly have to be watched because they want to fix it. Like I feel that a lot.
What does it matter? As long as they get us to Latan, it's fine.
Keep the
What's your
ship
exit
moving.
strategy?
Bombs.
Any input, Kaz?
Is Kaz
You're
dead?
the-
Do we lose?
He's the captain.
Is he dead? Oh,
It's been dead for a while. Oh, there you go.
I'm sorry.
You're good. Kaz, if you'd like, you can give me a sailing lore check. Or pirate lore.
Yeah. In the meantime, Kaz will express again. He's kind of had. He's in this. He's got the same view and stance on this that he has the whole time. He doesn't want to do it, but he feels like this is the best kind of option maybe at the moment. He also just really, really stresses that he doesn't want to actually have to kill or hurt any of these prisoners, or especially any of the crew of the boat they're about to hijack.
Right.
Sail.
Sailing.
Sail.
I'm gonna reroll that.
Okay. Wonderful. That is great news for you. First of all, you would have got this even on your 14 earlier, or 13 earlier. Sailing ships are super mega flammable, super huge fire risks. The most effective way to destroy a sailing ship is to start a fire. The entire hull is covered with tar, which is flammable. The sails are covered in tar, which is flammable. The wood is dry up in the masts, which means it is super flammable. There's no such thing as a controlled burn aboard a sailing ship unless you get magic involved or do some like crazy plan. Like you've heard your party talking about doing a controlled burn or an explosion. The ship will sink if you start a fire aboard the ship unless you have a very good plan to put it out afterwards. And to be clear, there are spells that instantly put out fires, and a lot of sailors have them. I don't know if you guys have them, is the question.
I'm assuming the sun people have them.
Yes, you learn from their spells. You do know that one of them has like a conjure rain spell that instantly puts out fires in an area. The second thing you learn on your higher roll, this is a high value, high traffic trade port with a lot of valuable reagents coming in and out. As such, there is almost certainly going to be a navy that is on the lookout for pirates that will intervene if a piracy thing happens. If it happens too close to port, I should say.
Yeah, we have to make sure whatever we're doing happens in the sea, far away.
I have a good idea.
Go on.
Oh no.
How much money do you think we need to get like enough sleepy poison to make everyone just perish for the whole day?
I
You
was
want to
looking
look
into
for
that.
poison?
And it's like 200 gold for anything like that.
Yeah,
so.
Branch looked into this one.
Uh-huh.
But
Oh,
it would be neat. Yeah, that knocking people out was nice. I just bought this police baton.
Yeah. So, for the day, I was going to prepare advanced scurvy, but I'm figuring not to put that in their drinking water.
Oh my god,
Yeah, about
advanced
this.
scurvy is a real spell. What the hell?
But
Yeah, I
think
had
these-
it prepared as a second level spell. Listen. You're not gonna put me on the ship and tell me I'm not gonna cast advanced scurvy in one person.
If you're looking to put people out, Ruko, I did buy this, and he brings out like several flasks of like an inflammation flask essentially. If several people get sick or infected with something that's causing their skin to get irritated, they're gonna be quarantined, put out of commission for a bit, even if they are sun callers or wardens.
Probably. Interesting. I'm gonna do a little personal knowledge check to see if I know anything about ocean spirits and whatnot from my educations.
Yes.
Maybe there's a gas fuming dolphin that could just, I don't know, man.
Absolutely. Hit me with Spirit Weaver lore.
Spirit Weaver. I have better things while I'm on the sea to go and try to consult the spirits. But at this point, Spirit Weaver lore, let's do it. Where is Brain? Where'd go Brain? There we go.
Wonderful. So earlier, you like a year ago in real time, you did a check to learn about the Great Water Spirit, Deluniama, who specifically helped to build these lighthouses and imparted some of their power into it. As thanks for rescuing her, she essentially accidentally showed up here from the plane of water, got stuck in Jodalok, and then a bunch of Spirit Weavers worked to free her from Jodalok and let her into the sea. And in exchange, she helped impart some of her power into these lighthouses to help them control the currents. So you're already aware of Deluniama. With that said, she could be anywhere in the ocean. She is just a great, mystical spirit of the sea. There are tons of other sea spirits and mist spirits and coral spirits and kelp spirits all over the ocean, especially near the wildlands. Most of them are honestly kind of easygoing. They live and eat and consume and grow. They're not especially more or less hostile than animals. They're just kind of a little smarter than animals. They do their thing. Most of them are just interested in kind of survival. They can be manipulated. You could speak to them and promise them food. You could promise them other things they want, which I guess is just food. They really like food. But yes, there are spirits all throughout the ocean. You could potentially try to contact them and get them on your side if you wanted to.
And there's for sure that totally friendly spirit, Laichelache. You probably never heard of them, guys.
I can't remember if you have done research on her. A lot of people have. You could give me... Or what you got?
I got that fucking natural 20 on researching her, and still don't really know anything about her.
Right. Several of you have done research on her. Several of you have done very well. Most of you have come to the same conclusion. See some sort of undead spirit. She came about around the time that the international slave trade was started. She is closely linked to stories of Luteon and closely linked to stories of, shepherding or capturing those who die at sea. Everything beyond that is kind of it's hard to tell what's folklore and what's real.
That's the last point. Oh, wait, Ruko had something, sorry.
I can give it a shot.
Sure. This can also be Spirit Weaver if you like. I will say that's a harder slant. Just because I'm trying to think. You can give me Spirit Weaver lore. You could alternatively give me folklore or religion.
Bardic lore.
Yeah, Bardic lore can be used for literally anything, yes.
That makes it less fun, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, that is totally fine. That is part of being a bard.
Yeah.
Bardic lore, you get about the same result. There are enough stories about her that she must be real. The problem is not that there's no information. The problem is that there's too much conflicting information. Everybody has a story about La Echelache, and it's hard to tell what's real, what's fake. But
Ruko
almost
tries
everybody...
to remember it. Yeah, Ruko tries to remember it, and he just kind of recounts what you guys have told him in a more poetic sounding way. And you're like, we already know that, Ruko.
We could just talk to her tonight. I was thinking it, and if Kaz is still cool with it, we're in a way kind of working for her at this moment. As much as you probably hate that, we do have a bunch, essentially fake offering for her, and just taking the river boat out to sea tonight, and I don't know, somehow having a conversation with her. Might not be the worst plan in the world. If we show her what we're offering her, she might help fucking calm the tides to help the riverboat get out to sea far enough so that we can take the larger ship. Sound reasonable? It's all contingent on Kaz, of course. It's his curse.
No, Kaz hates us, actually. Kaz, are you?
If she is willing to talk to us, I think it would be very nice to get any sort of straightforward response from her.
You only hear from her
in my dreams every couple of weeks.
You only hear from her in your dreams?
She only talks to me when she wants to so far.
We got someone who fucking specializes in dreams, right here, and looks at Ruko.
I look at the nearest dock worker. Wait, oh, hey.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can force her to talk a little more. Again, if she knows we're giving her what she wants, maybe she'll be a bit more amicable. The eventual goal is to kick her ass, but let's work with her for now. No point in not trying, right?
Well, I don't know, some fight. It is, but I don't die.
Do you want to go through with that, Kaz?
Yeah.
All right. So then tonight we try and contact La Cholache, force her to get the tides rolling for us, and anything else she's willing to offer, maybe. From what I understand, she has no power out at sea, and if she's really as dependent on you and delivering some stuff, maybe she's not as all powerful as some of us might think. She's giving you vague threats because she wants you to be afraid. You don't gotta be afraid.
Yeah, you okay? Oh no, he's dead.
Oh no,
I'm back.
he's
Sorry.
dead.
Yeah.
Kaz did.
If you wanted to go out and try to contact her, you can absolutely grab the fishing boat. You know that she is able to kind of watch Kaz when he's at sea. Kaz is good at manipulating dreams. I would essentially let you try to like ad hoc a ritual to contact her. There will be some checks involved. Like it's not guaranteed to work, but it's certainly worth trying.
Okay. Yeah. Then either tonight or when we have a little more time today, we can just try right now
Wonderful.
to contact La Cholache.
Do you guys have other stuff you'd like to do today, or do you want to fast forward to that?
I just bought a bunch of like scrolls of common and whatever. I've subtracted the gold, just letting you know.
Perfect.
At level 10, the weapon is now our weapons are now a +2.
Yes, that should have happened automatically.
I should be able to buy a new property rune.
True, correct.
But they're also fucking expensive.
They are.
And the merciful rune that makes you unable to do lethal strikes sounds like a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
There's one last thing Branch probably wants to do today. Oh, wait, is this the same town that he did the performances in, or is that Port Sakhri?
No, you guys are about a day north of that. That was Port Sakhri,
okay.
yeah.
Never mind then. Okay, never mind. I think that's all.
All right, excellent. Then that being the case, the day comes and goes. You guys spend most of your evening shopping, preparing, discussing plans, sharing lore, until eventually night comes. And you see that the place is still pretty busy, much like Sakhri. It kind of works through the night, although mostly the docks work through the night. The rest of the city eventually goes to sleep. You see people start to settle in at the various taverns and inns throughout town. You can hear the water lapping up on the shores, the sound of ropes clacking, bells ringing. What do you do?
Fucking load Kaz up onto the riverboat and sail him out to sea, baby.
All right.
Probably joining him, yeah.
Is everybody going, or is anybody staying behind?
So they're just going to talk to Leo Chalache?
They're going to sail out to sea and try to talk to Elijah Chalache.
I'll come along.
There.
Okay. You do you bring the Uni crew, or do you have them stay in town? And what do you do with the prisoners during all this if you're on the riverboat?
We should we can keep the prisoners to show her, hey, we have this offering. We should probably leave the Uni crew, and for now at least.
Okay, perfect. Then the party and the unconscious prisoners, but not the Uni crew, get on the Uni riverboat and begin to sail out a little distance from
We'll be
shore.
back, I tell them, Mr. Rafi.
Wonderful. There is like a little bit of paperwork that you go through just because busy port, lots of people coming and going, and they care about who's leaving. But you were eventually able to make sail and head out
Yep.
into the moonlit sea. You get far enough away that you can still see the lights of shore behind you. You can see the lighthouse spinning every now and then, as well as a couple of lights from the dock itself. But it is far enough away that nobody can really see what you're doing unless they like whip out a spyglass and specifically start looking at you. It is pretty late at night, probably 11:30, midnight or so. Dark, aside from the moonlight. What's the plan? Ruko, if you want to try to just ad hoc a ritual, I think you'd be aware that the first thing you're essentially going to try to put everybody into a dream stance, because that seems to be how she contacts people most often. And then presumably you're going to try to just like reach out to her through the sea, see if you can feel a spiritual connection and summon her. And all of this, I think, feels like an occultism check to me.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely going to have to be asleep for this, right?
Kaz is almost certainly going to have to be asleep. Theoretically, anybody that wants to be a part of this conversation would fall asleep as part of this ritual too.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Who
Let me
wants to
roll
be the
that.
big and little spoon of the cuddle pile?
Come here, Cackles.
So
I can help Ruko with the ritual.
we
Excellent.
just gotta sleep and she'll talk to us.
I hope so.
All right.
Yeah, this is all kind of made up. You're not 100% sure it will work, but it is worth trying. Is everybody trying to fall asleep to join this conversation?
Can't sleep,
Branches.
but we'll try if it's magically induced.
Yeah, it'll be magically induced. Okay. Wonderful. That being the case, let me go and get an occultism check from Ruko. And then Foster, if you wanted help, you can also do occultism.
Okay.
I will say,
Would
like,
you-
because you're specifically reaching out through the ocean, I would allow nature as a secondary check to this. If that is better
if
for
you're
you.
gonna, it is if you're gonna let me.
Yeah, rituals usually use a different skill for the secondary, and I think nature is the second most appropriate skill here.
Is there anything I could do beforehand with consult the spirits?
Ooh.
You know, like, hey, you seen
I'm
some
into
crazy
it.
bed bits on streams anywhere?
Right.
Hey,
I think
buddy.
if nothing else, you could try to contact them and see if they ever get in touch with her, and if so, do they know like the pathways, the channel ways? Go ahead and, before we start the ritual, go ahead and give me a. So they just show up when you can. Can you post the feat for me real quick?
Can you?
Yeah, I got
might
you.
need help.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
In the feats. Consult the spirits.
Here we go. Okay. Spend 10 minutes to recall knowledge with the chosen skill, which for you is occultism. Wonderful. Okay, delightful. The first thing that Ruko does when he gets out there is begins to kind of commune with the spirit of the ocean around him. And sure enough, you guys watch as silvery moonlit water starts to kind of trickle up onto the ship and form these little globules. There's one point where like a couple of hermit crab looking things come up, but you discover that it is actually just bits of like discarded shells that have all compiled themselves together to take on a crab-like shape. Beady little black eyes looking up at Ruko, and Ruko begins to just sort of commune with them. A mixture of burbling aloud and speaking in common, and a little bit of speaking in the fixie as well.
And the My Little Mermaid's playing like distantly in the background.
Yeah, a little bit. And let's see, different units. Certainly one question. Regular success, perfect. What is the question that you asked them? Is it like how can I contact Echelache?
Oh my god. There's gotta be a better spiritual way to communicate that message, right? Oh god.
Absolutely, you can dress it up.
Does
Oh,
anyone
gee.
have this bitch's number?
Homegirl looking real dead out there. You know, haunts your dreams. Nobody? No. No. That's essentially what I'm gonna ask. try to work my way of trying to communicate with crab creatures a little bit.
Somebody get her
I don't know.
Snapchat for me. She's not answering my call.
The little burbling blobs of water say, "I'm sorry, I don't think I've ever heard of this spirit." But the hermit crab-looking collection of discarded shells says, "I've heard of her. She comes for those who are about to die at sea. If you want to see her, that's a surefire way to do it."
Where should we avoid if that's the case? Or to go to find?
If you're trying
I
to
don't-
find her, all you need do is go below and begin to drown.
Oh, that's lovely.
She comes for all those who are cast into the ocean at their final moment.
Cool. Yeah, Kaz, this crab just told us to kill ourselves. I don't know if it's a good idea. He wants us to drown. Okay. You're very much appreciated. Just anywhere. We can just go and burble anywhere, I guess.
Anywhere on the sea will be fine. Here would work.
Oh, well, that's not great. Thank you.
She sees all.
Hey, Kaz, this was
Have you met the Ocelotuli in person?
I have never met her in person.
For Kaz?
No, she's only appeared in my dream.
I have a scroll of dream message, but I don't know if you can cast it.
I can trick magic item.
We could try.
I was going to say, if Kaz is able to trick magic item and do a dream message, that would add a big bonus to this ritual occultism check.
Yeah. It's 30 gold, but here you go.
I'll pay you back.
No problem. Kind of have it in the back pocket. Here. I give the scroll to Kaz.
Excellent. Then Kaz, give me your trick magic item check, which I believe is Arcana?
Can I give you crafting?
Checking. I don't think so by default, unless you have a special thing for it.
Oh, you did have a special thing for.
I was going to say, you might have a special thing for it, which is why I balked for a second. But if you do, you got to tell me, because I don't know it off the top of my head.
I've got magical crafting, but I don't think that does that.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that be nice?
Sure would be nice. I'm sure somewhere buried in the 300 feet in the system, there's a way to use crafting to trigger magic item. Oh, goddamn.
That was almost a 2.
Almost. It was very scary. Yeah, you are able to kind of take a moment to decipher this, and you cast Dream Message right as Ruko begins to perform this ritual. Ruko, with your conversation with the spirits earlier, you are also going to get a +1 circumstance from the spirit's advice, and a +2 status from Kaz's use of the scroll. Did Foster already do a nature check?
Ooh, not yet.
Yeah, let me get a nature check from Foster. Perfect. You will get an additional +1 from Foster, so you have a +4 total going into this check. And the help from the spirits is essentially you simulate coming near to death. It's up to you how you choose to do that, but an easy way to do it would be to essentially waterboard Kaz. So if you want to waterboard, Kaz as part of this ritual, that will help. You will get a bonus from that. If Kaz is interested in doing that as part of this ritual.
I mean, I've already only got a few months. Let's not rush things along, right?
Just it's not that bad. Just lie down and like just let it happen, all right?
It's not
hold on to that.
bad, he says.
Listen, I mean, I can hold
Have
my
you
breath
been-
underwater for like 30 minutes. It's
That's not the same as waterboarding. Anyone can hold their breath.
For 30.
Simulating drowning is different.
We ain't gonna waterboard you.
All right. Then Ruko, with a +3 total, give me an occultism check.
You roll better than I do. Can you click
It's going to make me do all your rolls. You're fine. Let's see.
occultism?
Oh, this is what you get. That is a natural 1. Would you like to use a hero point?
Yeah. That's a natural 20, right? No? What is it,
Almost a
14?
2, but it was, in fact,
Oh.
a 23.
That's pretty good.
As you guys are casting this spell and performing this ritual, the wind starts to howl around you. The otherwise calm surface of the sea starts to get shimmering ripples. The moonlight scatters in all different directions across your faces. The ship begins to kind of lilt over to one side, the wind carrying it off. And you all start to feel a little dizzy, almost kind of seasick. And then one by one, you begin to drop unconscious. And when you wake, you find yourselves here.
Cackles is going to be the trip tender. He'll stay awake and make sure everyone's
Oh.
alright.
Perfect.
When I start feeling dizzy, I'd like to cast Animus Mind.
Okay, got it. Understood.
There's a thing for you to click there if you want to read what the spell does.
I know this one because I used it recently. Spoilers for the other group. You find yourselves waking up on the deck of a long, rotted, sun-bleached ship that is partially capsized, mostly capsized, just a little bit sticking out of the water. And as you look around, you see that you are in a graveyard of ships and also enormous beasts. You see the skeletons of whales and dragons and other creatures that you don't even recognize. All of which is kind of gathered together as if discarded in the bottom of a giant well. It is cold, but looking straight up, you see a long, narrow shaft leading up to a distant point of night sky. Again, like you're at the bottom of an impossibly deep well. And the water around you begins to churn and burble. And then you see that a figure begins to rise from it. A skeletal hand, followed by this bright, vibrant kind of floral cloak that is all covered over with a black hood, a black bicorn, and a feathered kind of crest behind its head, her head. You see the enormous skeletal figure of Lache emerges from the deep. And looks to you, Ruko.
As she's kind of rising up, Kaz also just like stands up, dusts himself off. He looks more like grumpy and like just like belligerent than like afraid at this point of ending up here again.
Understandable.
At least we're dry this time.
True. She looks to Ruko and then to Kaz and then to Ethan and Branch and then to Foster and kind of lingers on Foster for a while too. And then finally back over to Ruko.
Exploit vulnerability.
Sure, yeah, give me esoteric lore.
Looking at Foster like sloppy seconds. Okay, that's different.
21 is a regular success. You learn that she is deeply, deeply vulnerable to not being in a body of water. She works kind of like a water weird in that she has a body of water to which she is tethered, and if she is forcibly pulled out of it, she suffers immensely. That is her biggest weakness, is she is bound to water and cannot leave it at great risk of harm to herself. She
So
also...
casting spells are a dry.
Yeah, a dry would be useful. Anything that forcibly removes her would be
sponge.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Minecraft sponge, yeah. Maybe, actually.
Okay,
That's
cool.
not a bad
Chill.
idea. Dust of Dryness is certainly a thing.
Yeah.
You learn that her
I'm just
weakest save is Fortitude. She is fully undead. She has most of the typical behavior of an undead creature.
Understood. I don't say anything else. I'm just gonna
Ah.
tell Kaz later.
Excellent.
Kaz is going to make like a bug fogger of dryness.
The thought of a bug fogger of dust of dryness just like instantly drying everything out. Your mouth goes totally dry. Your skin flakes
Oh, yeah.
sound
Yeah, you become a
miserable. It sounds
Like,
so awful.
He's got to put a gas mask on, and then like you toss this like a grenade. You do not
Yeah.
want to be near when this goes off.
Love this.
My main question is CR.
CR is 12.
Okay. About the same CR as pirate guy.
About. Wonderful. She looks over all of you, and then she just kind of idly begins to do the, like, walking circles around you, sizing you up thing. And then to Ruko says, "It has been a long time since I've seen one of you. I take it this is about him."
I suppose it is about him. It is.
Then for what have you wasted my time?
Well, we seek your honorable presence for him. Anxious eyes to Kaz.
No need for the pleasantries. This is work. This is a job you've given to him that we are helping him with, and we are going to give you the details of it.
I am listening.
I've brought what you asked. And the 10 prisoners are asleep too. They've been asleep, right? So they should be here.
What a good question. This is up to Ruko whether you include them in the ritual or not.
That'd be really helpful.
We're an offering, right? Like that's why we have
Yeah,
them.
they're an offering. That's
Yeah.
Then yeah, piled up behind you, or essentially laid out in a row, you see that there are 10 unconscious criminals. What I have asked. I see him. He is right there. And she points this long, thin arming sword towards Kaz. You are bringing him to me?
in a sense, yeah.
In a sense.
No, I am bringing these to you, so you tell me what you actually want from me.
Who are these? I don't recognize them.
You asked for 10 souls. See, this is the thing about you only appearing in my dreams and talking to me one way and being all vague and mysterious and mystical about everything. What do you actually want from me? Am I wasting my time here? I don't have much of it left.
She looks down at the bodies and kind of like not even looking to you says, "Are they valuable?
Oh,
Who are
actually.
who are they?"
If you deal in people and slaves, a lot of them have very, very, kind of niche but special.
Very
skills.
morally reprehensible people.
And that too.
Morally reprehensible does not matter to me. Are they useful? Would people pay for them?
Are vampires useful? Are geniuses in their field useful?
I'm sure a lot of bounties would be given for dangerous criminals.
One was perfecting a medical procedure that the likes of which had never been heard of before.
I think we can negotiate. You'll forgive my curt communications. It has been a long time since I have had a... and she kind of looks over to Ruko. Valuable intermediary.
Oh.
3 years ago, you made a fool of me, Mr. Vatses. I have a reputation to maintain. You killed 10 people that I had promised, that I had received payment for, all to save yourself.
It wasn't just myself, it was the rest of the prisoners on board.
And how many of them survived?
Unfortunately, none. You got me there. But 3 years ago, I didn't even know you existed. You have to... You can't blame me too much for that.
I blame you completely. Do you blame yourself? Or have you even thought of those people? Those people you killed to save your own skin?
I have. I think about it a lot. I think they were probably going to die like I was either way if I didn't, or someone didn't do something.
Is that where you think you were going? To die?
Die or worse.
And what could be worse than death? A little hard work?
A little hard work on a prison island under the control of the people that have been fighting my people since before I was born. Yes, it sounds pretty awful.
Well, you do not need to convince me. I am not the one who will judge your soul when all these days are done. If these 10 are valuable, then we can perhaps make an arrangement and your debt can be cleared. For the 10 that you killed, I am still owed you and a ship that you destroyed.
The ship is actually next on the docket of things we need to obtain.
Well,
We have a good plan for it.
I'm very interested to see what that plan is because, frankly, and she lowers her arming sword towards the water, kind of over to the south side of this, and begins to lift up. And as she does, you watch as boats begin to clatter out of the way, and the mangled wreck of the shipwreck of your ship, Kaz, the one that you blew up, rises to the surface. She was very beautiful and very valuable, and now she is scattered across miles of seafloor. I am eager to know what your plan is to restore her to me.
You need
You
that
fit-
one in particular? You don't think you have enough boats?
I am a woman of business, if you can provide something of equal value.
I've heard you've been falling out with Cyrillin lately.
She kind of snaps her eye over to you, and you see not a look of, you see a wry smile. Oh, and what have you heard?
Just that they're either not providing for you, or they've gone back on their deal.
Providing for me, is that the story they weave up there?
Yeah, essentially.
Well, I am very self-sufficient. I am a free woman, and we all will be soon. And she kind of looks over to Foster as she says that.
What makes you say that?
I do not get out much, so I don't know how much you have heard, but it is a good time to be like us. Times are a-changing. The future looks bright for those who are bone.
I heard some rumors about that.
Does the Cyrillin ship sound good?
Is it magical? Can it sail under the water?
That one
Yes.
blew up pretty easily.
Well, I must admit, Mr. Kasapian, you are more clever than I expected. It is my fault, of course, I did not place enough security on you. That should no longer be an issue now that Cyrillin is no longer limiting what I am able to do. I think you will be pleased to know that those still under my care are under much stricter regulations. You do want to see them again, right?
Of course.
Then I hope that these 10 you have brought me are very valuable.
Kaz is biting his tongue.
My door will be open.
Hold on.
Yes, time is money.
Oh, yeah. most employers at least provide the tools necessary for the job. As we understand, you at least have some sway over the tides. I don't want to over or underestimate your abilities. I just want to know.
If you can,
If you
It
could,
would be very unfortunate if I get you a worthy ship and 10 valuable souls and find myself cast upon the rocks on the way to Luteon, wouldn't it?
that would be very unfortunate for you. You will, all the same, end up back at my doorstep. That is the nice thing about my post.
But your pretty little boat won't.
It won't, and that would be a shame.
Just more rubble in the bottom of this well for you.
Yes, yes. Let me get from anybody that wants to contribute to this, anybody that has been contributing to this, let me get diplomacy.
I
Not
would, but I
it.
haven't been saying anything.
Eh.
I feel
got
like
diplomacy.
go on.
I talked, I guess.
Can I give you Underworld?
Um,
And that I'll add and kind of spin this as like obviously I don't want to work with her, but you know we have mutual interests at the moment, or at least I do, to the extent that I want to stay alive.
I like
and
that.
I'll mention, like, I'm not actually that good of a sailor or a pirate myself. I'm more of a craftsman. I don't know if I can find you a boat as nice as the one I blew up so easily, but I could perhaps modify or build something for a boat that you like.
I like this partially because it is actually applicable, and partially because I love the double entendre of using underworld lore for this.
Underworld,
Yeah.
yeah, 'cause she's dead.
Believe
Yeah.
in you.
It's a lot of fun. I like it. Let's see it.
Okay.
God, the hero point.
No, I spent it already.
Oh, do we get a second one?
It
now?
is 9:54. Give me a coin flip. On a 1, you don't. On a 2, you can have it 6
Go,
minutes
guys.
early.
Uh,
Yes, you may have your hero point 6 minutes early.
I'll hold on to it.
Okay.
God, it was almost gone again, too. Amazing.
I would like to speak to you. I am willing to negotiate. I am a reasonable woman. If you
What
make
about
it to my island,
both
I
of
will open the doors. Although I must stress for you that I do not control the flow of the ocean, only the spirits cast into it. For that, many use the lighthouse. I'm sure you know the way in. But if you get here, you will not be harmed until we can speak. But let's get one thing very, very clear. I am not your employer. I am your debtor. Am I clear?
Have you heard of a thing called forbearance, ma'am?
Never been a fan of it. If one wants to borrow, one should be ready to pay up. And you did not even ask.
I was not told there were terms to a loan.
The merchandise does not get to know the terms.
Kaz looks deeply offended at being called merchandise.
As you should.
Oh man, I want someone to call me merchandise.
Jesus Christ.
Kidding.
My little cargo. We have a hand raised from Foster.
Okay, yeah. Two things. This one's kind of weird. So I know we're all like dreaming, but does this feel like a real spot that she's brought us to?
Ooh, what a good question.
Or
You can either give me perception or your best spellcasting check.
Yeah, can I help out with this too? Now that I've been here a couple of times
Sure.
and
Absolutely.
seem to be here in any like somewhat like physical aspect, or I guess it's still a dream. But
Yeah.
like,
Absolutely.
Would that also just be a perception, or can I give you like piracy / sailing?
I don't think this is definitely like studying a magical phenomenon. So I think it's going to be either investigation or your best spellcasting check.
Okay.
Branch, you can also give me occultism specifically for that question.
Which one is this?
I mean, I was just asking, did she like join us? I think I forgot she was even here or anything.
She's in your party. That's
Yeah.
up to you. That is
Yeah.
entirely up to you if you've left her at the port or if you brought her with you.
Well, she seems to know like occult shit. I don't see why we wouldn't bring her, but like I don't know.
I ask her, I suppose, if she wants to help.
Is investigation perception?
It is, yeah. Investigation is rolled into perception now.
Come on, not a 1.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, Johari will come along. She'll kind of watch. I think she says, I'm going to stick to the back for this, but I will be there if you have questions for me. And you can tell that she is still, like, a little delirious from everything she's just experienced, and also kind of worried about, like, being far from you guys because you have the protective amulet, which is the main reason
Yeah.
she comes.
Prickle Biscuit's probably hanging out with her.
Yeah, I assume that he is with you unless stated otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay, running through all these checks. 24 investigation from Kaz and 21 spellcasting from Foster. Kaz, there are a lot of consistencies here. The ships look mostly the same. A couple of the dragons look the same. If this is just a weird, temporary, fleeting dream, the details are very consistent, unnaturally consistent for a dream. And Foster understands this better through his study of magic. The Dimension of Dreams is a real place where real things really exist, although they are metaphysical. Which is to say, there are permanent structures within the Dimension of Dreams. And a lot of the time when you're dreaming, you just kind of make this temporary psychic mindscape for yourself where whimsical things happen. But for somebody who has a lot of control over the occult and over the ability to get into a dream and manipulate it, they can build permanent places for themselves within a dream, and this seems to be more like that. This is essentially a mental demiplane built within the Dimension of Dreams that she controls.
Okay, tight. Follow up to that. This one's probably even more of a stretch. So we're both undead. We think alike. Does this look like maybe she's reconstructed a memory of where she died? Does this look like where she, her final voyage was situation?
Interesting. For this one, just give me like a perception and an insight check or investigation. It's all perception now.
Actually, I'll use a hero point.
Okay.
I'm curious. Hey, much better.
Hey. Interesting. Interesting. As you begin to study the environment around you, it looks less like the site of a single incident and more like the site of several incidents that have all been tossed into the bin together. On a natural 20, though, these don't look like ships that sank naturally. Not that a ship sinks naturally, but what I mean by that is there are signs of battle, there are signs of conflict. You see burnt ships, you see cannon holes. Even on the bones of these large creatures, you see like huge chunks of their skull are missing. One has a giant harpoon through it. These are all things that died violently at sea and have been gathered up into this dreamscape. And as you are studying the environment, your eyes keep wandering back to her, and it eventually clicks for you that, like, oh, that little piece of tibia is a different color than that one. And she has one too many fingers, and she has a little bit too many ribs, and they're all slightly different sizes. And some of her teeth look like they're not right for a human face. And it clicks for you that she is not the skeleton of somebody who died at sea. She is an amalgamation of the skeletons of many things that died at sea. She is a collection. She is a consciousness born from a great deal of tragedy at sea.
She's a demon.
That sounds somewhat similar to like the Golden Beasts, right? I think that might be what they're called.
Yeah,
Golden
I think
Fiends.
that Texas.
not terribly unlike a daemon, yeah.
Okay. Okay, sweet. Thank you.
She looks back down to all of you. I must admit, you're... Oh, what you got? What you got?
I don't know if you're gonna say something more ended or that, but check Telegram real quick.
Oh, yes, let me do it. Interesting. I think that is possible. I think that there is no way you can do that without Ruko knowing. Do you still want to try to do it?
I still want to try at least.
Okay. That being the case, let me get... Oh, I think this is just like a stealth check to which Ruko is immune.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ruko is immune to stealth checks.
I
See
think
how big my eyes are in these glasses?
I think that feels on everyone. Do you want to use a hero point?
Sure. No, you all notice Branch trying to like at least like speak mostly with his eyes, like looking at her like, hey, can we talk away from these bozos at some point?
Ruko, it becomes very clear to you. When you see the Branch is like trying to get her to stick around for a private conversation, you are keenly aware that you are the one maintaining this channel of connection, and there is no way Branch can stay here without you also staying here.
Oh boy. Other people go?
You could potentially let other people go if you wanted to. And because he did not manage to hide this from anyone, she does kind of look to you, Branch, and says, "Would you like a word? Would you like to shoo your friends off so we can talk plainly?"
Well, you were in the middle of saying something.
All I was saying is that my door is open, and I hope to see you soon. I admit I am pleased to see you coming with so much time left. Many people wait until the last second. That is very studious. That is what I've come to expect from you, Mr. Vatses. That is why you are valuable.
Yes, I have matters of my own I'd like to talk to you about.
Very well. She looks back to Cass. Is our business done then?
I kind of cross my arms and look at my wrist as if I was wearing a watch, and I'd be like, I've got time to listen. He's not going anywhere.
Fair.
You don't recognize me.
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
Should
I'm
I?
going to have my facade kind of melt away in the dream and just show my skeleton. You knew my father?
You will have to jog my memory. Did he die at sea?
No, but he's met with you several times, or at least another iteration of you.
Perhaps one of my predecessors then. I have lived many lives.
You're not a constant creature, then?
As changing as the ocean.
Then what do you mean it's a good time to be one of us?
I think that is something we should discuss in person. I have only just freed myself from the grasp of a society that was very keen on poking their noses into dreams where they do not belong. I will not fall for it again.
So you're just gonna give yourself up to the Desolate King then?
She kind of smiles, but then she kind of rolls her eyes like, okay, well, I guess we are talking about it in the open. The Desolate King does not take. He gives. I have more freedom and power and life now than I have had in such a long time. And you will too,
Yes,
if you
trading in
accept it.
chains for a leash.
Come now. You must understand what a better world he can provide.
No. I fought against that world. I died to keep that world away.
And yet here you are. You persist because of it. Is it so bad being Bones? Would you rather be nothing at all?
I'd rather be with my family.
They will join you here soon.
If he had eyes, he'd close them. Because he knows what she means now. That souls are being dragged from the afterlife.
The great reunion is beginning. We will make a heaven for ourselves here on Earth. The gods need not tell us how to live our lives.
Dude,
You that afraid of some peace of mind? I mean, Jesus.
I have been serving the wills of this god or that god for centuries. I will trade a god for a man.
Well, have you heard the good news?
She looks at you.
There's this practice called the laws of mortality, which I'm an avid follower of.
Never been a fan.
It's actually one of the religions. It's where you don't choose a deity, you scorn them. But you work for the greater good of mankind.
Sounds benevolent. It sounds up our alley.
It sounds like what you're looking for.
It's just with a little twist. We like a little im at the start of our mortality. Did I say that right? My comment is still rusty.
Yeah, you said it right.
The word
Oh, that's
jokes, they
Mango.
go over my head sometimes.
Right through your head, probably.
This has been such a pleasure, but I really do have business that I should get back to. I was in the meeting of an important negotiation. Are we done, or would you like to speak to me in front of your friends? Pointing that sword at Branch.
I've vested interest in some of your stock currently.
Ah, who do I have of yours?
Does it matter?
It does. Value is in the eye of the beholder. It is all relative.
Oh. Then I shouldn't really expose it until I have something of equal value that you'd like, right?
I am pleased to know I will be working with skilled businessmen. I look forward to our meeting.
All right. There's no way that she probably, just for your sake, there's no way that Branch is probably wearing like the fucking red like Edgesite cloak and stuff like that. And,
Right.
Does she seem like she's clocked that? Maybe?
Give me a perception check.
Yeah.
She is so hard to read. No reaction whatsoever when she looked at you. Seemed surprised when you said that.
Don't worry. If you're dealing with me, then it won't just be these 10 that you'll get. Need to cover his debts first, right? And points and looks at Kaz and then to her.
I look forward to the windfall then.
Gotcha. All right. Well, if you want to discuss more, feel free to contact me personally then.
I will be waiting. Buenas noches, all of you. She begins to kind of sink down into the water. And eventually, you guys all wake up, back on the ship. It's drifted a very small amount, but Cackles is doing his best.
Is he piloting it?
You can still see the shore. You're not far off. It drifted a very small amount, just because of like the natural wind, but that's all.
I'm real sorry. I got distracted. There was a bunch of seagulls, and I thought they were trying to lead me to some treasure, so I kind of just like watched them for a little bit. But I think the shore's still over that way.
Good job,
Am I-
Cackles.
Am I in trouble? No, you did great.
Although the first thing Kaz probably actually does when he wakes up is just like scowl and spit overboard, like in disgust. Like he's doing that thing that I imagine like anybody who has to work like a phone job, or
Oh, yeah.
like anybody who works like a customer. Like as soon as they're done having to deal with people, they're just like, oh, for fuck's sake,
Right.
That bitch especially.
It appears she's a part of it.
Anything.
Yeah. Well, at least we know that you have interest in taking her down too. But can I be
I'll take
frank
down any
first?
slaver.
For a second, I just want to get the people that I need back from her. I'm sorry if that's not as ambitious as what you guys want, but
That's all I want to.
yeah.
If I can take her
Alright.
down in the process, that's just a bonus, but
So then it's agreed that we're not killing the fucking Dragonborn guy on that ship, right?
Not on the ship, no.
I do really want to, but it's unrelated.
Well, yeah. He'd be
I
better.
prefer
as
to do it in the arena.
He'd be better as another bargaining chip. We give him to La Chalachi when we get there.
True.
Alright?
Hey, hold on a second.
Kaz like reaches out and like grabs both of your hands and like turns them over and looks at the back of them.
They appear normal at first glance.
Okay,
First,
look again. If she does talk to you in your dreams, look again in the morning. Just, heads up. You might have just made a deal with her. She's very tricky about that, making deals with you when you don't know you're making a deal with her, or like doesn't know that she even exists, or that there is a deal to make.
Right.
I've already done 7 years of indentured servitude, essentially.
Hey, get you some of these. He pulls out the Animus Mind scroll.
Oh,
What's this?
Just every time someone contacts you in your dream or tries to make you think otherwise or manipulate your mind, it blows their mind up.
Huh.
For 12 gold apiece.
Sounds like the other party could have used that.
I only bought them because of Kaz's warning.
Alright.
I only got 2 though. Used 1 before the dream.
Well, we essentially learned that no, she's not going to help us control the tides, but looks like Ruko probably can with his fucking talking to muscles and stuff like that.
I've got some huge muscles.
Talking to
Yeah.
muscles. Jesus.
Weren't they like clams, crabs?
Yeah,
He was
well,
like,
yeah, you're like
fucking
technically
with-
true.
For
It's just a funny way
your
to put it.
Yeah.
for your preparation, Kaz, she's weak against anything that dries water out.
Are we still on the boat?
You're still in the fishing boat. I assume that you start heading back to shore, but it'll take 35-40 minutes.
And if you displace her from wherever she is, I'm assuming that place where you saw her is a specific point where she exists the strongest. If you displace her from that or destroy it or dry it out, she will be severely weakened.
Hey, just a bit of caution, real quick. In my research, she seems to only have dominion on water. And any shit talking that we give to her might, out on the ocean, might come back to us.
Right,
It'd be
loose-
really smart to be discreet about that until we get back to dry land. Then
Loose
you can
lips.
swear and
Hey!
fuck off as much as you want.
That's right, bitch. I know your weaknesses.
All right. Well, back to the ship stealing thing, right?
Row, row, row your
Row
boat
your boat,
slowly back to shore. Somebody's gonna have to do it for me. My legs don't reach the floor. Look at him. I got a little pause. I've just been kind of rowing in circles this whole time.
Oh, sweet baby.
Oh my
I'm
god.
tired.
Incredible. You guys are able to eventually make your way back to shore. It's a little after midnight. You deal with the dock workers. They have to take all of your information again to get you boarded. You have to wait in a queue to get a spot in the dock. But eventually, you make it back to land, and you can either stay on your ship, you can get a tavern. It's kind of up to you how you want to spend the night. Is there anything else that you do overnight tonight, or do you settle into sleep?
Just
Buying rune.
Which
some some last preparations with me and Ruko and Foster, I guess, to like make our story look a little more convincing. I guess we get the coffin for Foster. Like, yeah. I
Seems
think we
wise.
offer, yeah, we get the coffin for Foster, and I want to see how fast Kaz can make a fucking secret compartment in it. I know we
Put one.
wasted a lot of time in the coffin so that we can give Foster a lot of shit, like his shit, so that he has it with him when we put him there. But yeah,
Okay, so a coffin, especially on short notice, in a society that normally burns their dead because they fear the undead, is actually kind of expensive. You're looking at
Dang.
like 4 gold pieces, which again, you're an adventurer, that's nothing to you. I'm just making a note that that is quite expensive. You're willing, or you do find somebody that will sell it to you on short notice. And if Kaz would like to try to modify it, you can absolutely tell me what you're trying to do to it, and I'll have you roll.
Probably just like putting a compartment under like the cushion or someplace. It's like not easily detectable. There's like a pull string or something somewhere. Switch.
if not, we can also try and like I can prescient planner conjure fucking Cyril in garb that I probably bought in Famador at some point, dress Foster in it, and then hide all his shit under it. But whatever sounds more sensible.
I have a spacious pouch, so it really is should just be like a bag that you're trying to hide. You should probably keep it on me, honestly.
Oh yeah, that's what he died.
Just
by.
hide it under your clothes.
Stuff it up in your ribcage.
Perfect.
Underwater rune.
All of that is sensible, especially because you have the morning. It doesn't leave until like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So you have at least like, a good 4 or 5 hour stretch to quickly rig something together. Morning comes, you can go ahead and give me your crafting check to make this like secret compartment.
Cool.
Secret hatch.
Underwater rune.
Underwater rune.
It just lets you attack. It lets you fight normally in the water if you don't have the underwater marauder feat.
19 is pretty good. It's not your best work just because it is rush, but it is functional. It gets the job done. And yeah, you were able to find underwater runes here, and in fact, you find them cheaper than normal. You can take 10% off.
I'm a gunsmith, not a
Help, what's
carpenter.
10% of 50?
5. So you pay
Thank you.
45 gold.
I'd also like to buy. I think it's common. Let me find it again. Go ahead, continue. I think it's like adaption spell.
Oh yeah, I think it is just called adaption. Yeah.
I paid adaptation. 2nd level.
Would it have been possible to spend the last couple of days of downtime doing some influence nature when I'm not like shopping and getting in a coffin?
Yeah, almost certainly. What are you trying to do with it?
I'm just gonna do actually the default little thing it says in this blurb. Can I try to get some seagulls like used to the ship and have them like attempt to have them get quiet when danger is nearby and to, like kind of associate the ship with home as like an early detection system?
I like it.
situation?
I like it a lot. Absolutely. Give me a nature check. Uh, 21 is good. So you can tell me how this goes, but I kind of assume it is a mix of both magic and also just like the strategic placement of breadcrumbs when nobody is looking and stuff like
I
that.
assume it's mostly breadcrumbs and then some magic.
Excellent. Then yeah, you spend a little bit of time down at the docks, essentially just like trying to lure birds over to the ship and get them real comfortable on the ship so that they will roost on the ship and maybe even sail out with the ship. And then you begin to observe them and you learn their patterns. You learn how they squawk and run away when they think they're in danger, which mostly means when like a big crew is coming with a bunch of stuff that they need to get out of the way of. But you are able to get like a little flock of maybe 20, 30 seagulls that are very attached to this ship, much to the chagrin of the people working aboard this ship. They are sick of them making a mess all over the ship. You can see that they are out there 24/7 with a mop trying to clean things up. Several of them keep looking up in anger as they notice a bird is above them. But they're here now. The seagulls own the ship now. It belongs to them.
Praise be.
Fuck, now we have to take it from the sequel.
Don't you know? Foster's the king of the gulls.
We're gonna lift him up and take him off into the sunset.
I hope so.
It's like Up, or James and the Giant Peach.
And then for your rapid adaptation, you are able to find it. You even find it at the 10% like Mariner's discount. It is worth
10% of
noting
12.
1.2 gold, which means you pay 10.8 gold. It is worth mentioning that spell works on companions and eidolons. It is not something you target.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep. With that said, I'm almost positive there is an adaptation spell that does basically the same thing for people. I just forget what it is.
Yeah. Wait, you say I can put it on my companions?
You can you can put it on your game mechanic tag.
Yeah, my game
C
mechanic companion.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like a familiar or an animal companion.
Your companion or Eidolon? Capital C companion.
Yeah, capital C companion.
Because these people are my companions. I could just be like, hey,
right,
you're my companion. So,
Your compadre.
compadres. Honestly, prefer that because then I could like just give Kaz a swim speed or something.
Then you can be my huckleberry.
What's a huckleberry?
I'll tell you when you're older.
I'm so much older than you.
So this it, gang? Like, think we're ready?
Yeah, you hear the bell ting.
I think,
They're
yeah.
starting to board. You guys have like an
Yeah,
hour
okay.
before it sets off.
Yes, we fucking shove Foster in the coffin, give him some really light reading material so that he's not bored, as well as all his other stuff. And I'm like,
I'm also an elf.
yeah, you're a real team player with this shit, Foster. Just so you know, back at the Church of Edis, we were required to do like dissertations on very specific legal processes just to like find the intricacies of the law. And like as a joke, I did mine on remarrying skeletons. So honestly, I might actually be the foremost expert on this in the world if you need a new certificate for you and Thalia.
Amazing.
You know, no matter how many lives I've lived, I never thought I'd be going to you for a marriage certificate.
It is
Well,
wild
you
that
gotta
out
get
of
it now.
everyone in this party, Branch is the most qualified to wed people.
Yeah, Atha's going to be like, no, he's not. He's not even a real legislate anymore.
Oh, but you don't know the intricacies of the whole undepth to apart vows. The vows are different now. Like
I'm
you
literally a
got-
prince. I can say they're married.
Depends what nation it is, bitch. I've studied law.
As you guys are silently bickering over the casket of your good friend who is pretending to be dead inside. You do see that the guards immediately like stand at respect. They take off their golden helms. They bare their heads. And you see from up at the helm, the captain, this red-haired elven woman, just kind of like screams down to the rest of the crew, Hey, show some fucking respect. And she takes off her hat and she holds it over her heart. And she looks like with just these glaring eyes at all of her crew until they all do the same. And they kind of just stand and, show some respect as you carry the coffin of your dead friend into their ship.
Currently an elf.
Where's
I'll
that
have-
gif of the really bumping fucking coffin? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I'll have Eeldwo stick with Ruko for now,
Perfect.
instead of in the coffin.
Excellent. And then the prisoners aboard the fishing vessel with the Uni crew with instructions to tail you? How far behind do you want them to tail you?
I feel like Kaz would know this the best. Like, is there like with channels and sailing, like it's not super suspicious for other ships to be following
Yeah,
each
it's
other. Right?
there are shipping lanes. It is normal for one ship to follow the other in a lane, yeah.
Okay.
What will be suspicious, and Kaz knows this with no check required, it will be suspicious if this ship follows you into a deep sea lane.
Yeah. I'd say they can follow far enough, but then they can keep their distance, and I can signal skyrocket when they can approach.
Amazing. Perfect. You leave instructions to look for some skyrockets. I assume you set up a few different colors mean different things.
I have the one scroll of signal skyrocket.
Perfect.
I can help out with this too. I've got the firework engineer.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Do you
I'm
just have fireworks? Then I can save the scroll.
Yeah, yeah. So I will tell them to keep an eye out for. I've actually got this like as a skill thing. Hang on. To keep an eye out for that comet one, probably.
Comet means come quickly and help us.
Yeah, because it's like a 60-foot line straight up in the air, bright light.
Excellent. Perfect. They take
And
note.
I'm just looking at these. I'm imagining that's the one that would be most similar to just like shooting a flare up into the night.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like a beam of light.
Yeah. This is the wording for signal skyrocket. It's a 30-foot burst, range 1,000 feet.
Oh
1,000
boy,
feet.
1,000
Jeez.
feet. Goddamn.
Yeah, that's a lot more range than I got.
Well, it is pointing at the sky and literally putting a thing there.
For what it's worth, Kaz, if you take time to like, this is something you can do in a single action as you pull out a little firecracker. If you spend a minute or so custom making a firework, which I will let you do, you can make one that also shoots a mortar 1,000 feet from
Yeah.
the sky.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Like if
Because
you
I know
take a
I have
feat
it-
to be good at fireworks, I'm going to let you make fireworks.
Yeah, do it, dude.
Yeah, I mostly took this feat because it's how I got like alchemical crafting and stuff.
Perfect.
Makes sense.
Excellent.
But yeah, it is like a quick crafting or quick alchemy infused reagents thing. And I know I haven't actually used any of this yet, but I flavored it as like it's not like an alchemical thing. Kaz actually just like built a teeny tiny little like flare gun that he can like tuck in his vest pocket. It's very
Hell
small.
yeah. Love it.
It goes 1,000 feet up.
Cackles wants to hold it. Well, that's why it was like weird that like he definitely have to tinker with it to shoot it that far. But it's a teeny tiny little like Derringer sized flare gun
Love it.
that Cackles wants to play with all the time.
Right. Okay, excellent. And with that, you guys are aboard the ship. And after about 20 or 30 minutes, first of all, you're shown down to your rooms, and I'm just going to pull you guys over to the map.
Hey, it's uploaded. Good job,
Yes,
Vic.
I did it. I got it.
You got it.
It's a pretty ship.
It's a pretty ship.
It's ship time. Who are your favorite ships? Chat. I like
The,
Maria personally.
The Cackles and Prickle Biscuits friendship.
What's
It's my fault.
I can fix him.
the one that's the token I had that's closest to the skies? Oh, the gel one. I forgot about that.
Oh my god, your tokens are so small for some reason. What happened?
They shrank us.
Why did your
made the ship
tokens
so
get
big.
small?
No, you made the map too big, I think.
The ship scale is actually about correct.
Our tokens are just
Your
small.
tokens are just tiny. Or maybe this really is just how big a ship is. That's crazy. I modeled it after a ship of the line, and it's actually kind of small for a ship of the line. I think, guys, I think maybe ships are really big. But also, no. Look how small your characters are compared to the.
Look at this
hexes.
barrel.
Well, that's a
Look
mast.
at this barrel. Oh, that's a mast. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
Right.
compared, the hexes are way huge.
Yeah, I'll fuck with it later. It is. Oh, I know what it is. It's because I know exactly what it is. It's because I copied the giant ship to make.
I
This.
was gonna ask.
Yep, that's exactly what I did. So I need to figure out how I fucked that and unfuck it. Anyway, imagine that you are not tiny. You guys
I do every day.
you guys essentially have your free pick of the rooms. You do see that the back two rooms on the right side here have their doors closed.
Where do we keep Foster's corpse? Question mark.
That is kind of up to you. They say that you're welcome to store them out with the cargo if you would like.
We're too respectful to store him. I'll put him in my room.
Excellent.
I'll say this one.
Perfect.
I thought the oh, never mind. The plan Branch was thinking was the keeping him in the cargo would make it seem would it would it would make it easier for him to fuck with that area so that people might like not suspect any of us for it or anything. But yeah, never mind.
You put him there. It's just that he's less protected if he's on his own.
Yeah. How squishy is Foster?
Everything went black, Feck.
Sorry, you guys are the right size.
Foster is squishy,
Oh,
Like-
okay.
like made of bone squishy.
All right. Yeah.
But I'm willing to try something down there, if that's the best course of action.
Yeah, you want to hang out
In the cargo.
Hey, we're regular sized again.
Whoa, we're real. Our voice isn't tiny anymore. Yeah, we if Foster's down for it, we could put him in the cargo. If it sounds smart. He's fucking dead.
Perfect. That being the case, they show you all the way back to this very last staircase down here, which goes down to a kind of dank, musty cargo hold. Honestly, not super great.
Oh,
but
bless you. He loved commerce.
It's busy right now as they are loading things in and out through this grate over here. But you would be
I'm
aware,
going.
Kaz, that like nobody's going to be down there inspecting it constantly. They might have one guard stationed down there overnight to make sure people don't sneak in or whatever. But it is sort of secluded, which is nice.
Yeah, but how is he gonna get to us is the problem. Like, if we need him, or yeah.
What
How
a great
much-
question. That's up to you.
How much of
That's
that is like? Is there a lot of like good places to hide there? It's a cargo hold. There's
Ton. Dark,
Yeah,
lots of
so-
cargo, yeah.
Yeah.
He could sneak.
Still, how does he go to us without getting smitten by guards?
You
or
know,
us to him?
sometimes you gotta let go and let God.
Yeah. Foster's smart. He can figure something out.
Yeah, he's also the only creature here who can heal me aside from me.
Huh.
Unless Ruko has actually learned Soothe.
Okay,
Got
that's
it.
that's another thing I keep meaning to do in like downtime between sessions is like Kaz by now would have definitely picked up like the recipes for oil of unlife or whatever it is that you can
Right.
rub on bones.
Yeah. Rub him
Can I
on
just-
bone.
Can I add that? We can figure out how much gold or whatever it is. For
Yes,
the
if it's common, I don't think you even have to pay for it. Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, you guys have had the whole day to prep for this. You could have cast things ahead of time if you wanted to.
Sweet.
And I just give like Foster like a bunch of equipment that he could probably use too. Down there. I don't know how, but I would just add shit to his inventory if I could.
If you here, I'll just drop a little chest over that you can put stuff into.
Okay, thank you.
Loot tokens, party loot.
Because I'm paranoid, I bought a lot of like water spells.
There's a little box you guys can drag stuff into and out of.
Poor Foster. Oh, there's a lot in here already.
Yeah, admittedly, some of that stuff is not actually available because it is in the party loot, wherever that is, probably back at the guild.
Yeah, move. You get that. And
Wait, what'd you throw in here? The frost vial?
the frost vials, yeah.
I put a
Um,
cookie in there.
This igniter. Oh. It's not moving. Shit. Okay. But yeah, I guess for a while we just probably hang out and talk and assess the vibe and all that of the whole area.
Okay, wonderful. And importantly, Foster did end up in the cargo hold.
I believe so.
If
Okay.
Foster was down for it.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down to see what happens.
I had a question. What's happened to my friend?
Your friend was yeah, he's part of the crew. He's still here.
No, my fucking Johari.
Oh, what a great question. Do you guys bring her with you?
I assume we have to bring her with. She'd be in my
unless
bag
I hear
of holding.
differently, she is with you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but she's in my bag of
decided.
holding.
She can do that. This is, I mean, I get it. It's a little undignified, but I don't need to breathe.
Sorry,
and-
you're gonna have to hide it in my tummy for a bit.
No, it's fine. I got it. I've done
How's
weird.
it bird?
Also, the black powder, Foster, and the catch bowl I put in there for you.
And I put in the cantrip deck of needle darts if you need to do some
Some
Stealth.
I really love the idea of
Thanks,
everybody just like
guys.
throwing shit at Foster and saying good luck.
well, like
I like the idea of standing around my fake corpse and like
Right.
throwing in a cantrip deck and being like, "We barely knew him."
no, like
Right.
see, I actually did want to make like a scene out of this. I probably would have, as like we were being ushered in and carrying his open coffin, and like the captain was making the crew do a moment of silence. But I wanted to like ask out of character what kind of spells he could cast. Can you? Because I've got a scroll.
Primal.
Okay, so you probably can't do like Rhyme Slick.
That might be a primal spell.
What'd you say?
Oh, it is primal. Here.
Doesn't it? Rhyme Slick sounds primal.
This might help you get out of or into a slick situation. See, I like that I give you a goo grenade, a scroll of Rhyme Slick, and a cantrip deck of needle darts.
I'm set for life.
Here is a scroll of Sea Surge.
I'll miss
In
you
case-
dearly.
So much shit on me now. No idea what I'm gonna do down here.
Here's some light erotic reading.
Things get real spicy, real scary, you know. Here's
And
like
here's
little
some blood eye
friends-
coffee to keep you awake.
little fucking squirrel for the sample.
Thanks, Kaz.
This coffin's gonna jiggle so.
There's so much shit just flailing around openly in the bottom of this coffin.
I'm assuming Foster put it in his bag.
Before we put him in the cargo, you know, we just like here. We'll put you in a room, give you this stuff, and then put you in the cargo.
All right, you guys.
But the idea of us like just throwing all of this into his open casket and moving him like across the gangplank onto the boat is much funnier.
Right.
I
It's so
forgot
much
he
funnier if
loved-
you guys are just doing this on the way into the ship.
He loved this frost vial. It was his favorite, and this black powder. Oh, I can't not give him this bag of extremely flammable black powder,
And here's the ability to douse the fire.
just in case.
He always loved being able to douse fires at a moment's notice.
He was always so prepared.
The dumbest plan in the whole world.
Wacky Uncle Bones always said you should carry whatever you need to get through the day. Now he's got what he needs to last a lifetime.
Listen, you guys are leading this quest. I'm only following and enabling. This is your plan. I reserve any right to judgment after.
Oh, this sounded so much smarter between sessions for me. What the fuck are we doing?
As you feel the ship kick off and the wind carry you out to sea, you realize that you are fully balls deep in this plan. There is no going back. Looking back over through the portholes, through the pack, you see that the ship behind you in the shipping lane is your little fishing vessel. Thankfully, you guys are following the coast as long as you can, so it might be a while before it needs to cut into the deep sea. And also, this is a good time, I'll pull up the map. The ship is following the coast basically all the way home. So any divergence into the deep sea means that it is no longer following the plan, because this is going to follow the shore all the way back to Cyrillin. So here's the route it's going. You guys tell me when you make shit happen.
Did you draw a line?
There it is.
Blue line here.
Yep.
Okay.
So that is the
and
blue line it is following. You tell me when you want to make shit happen.
Kaz probably has some awareness of when we'll be like closest to the jumping off point to go to Liteon, right?
Almost certainly. You can give me sailing lore, piracy lore to try to like keep track of progress and figure out where you are. Or navigators if you have something like that.
The shortest distance from here to Liteon is or the Allegedly Lighthouse, I guess, is probably that's the entrance to Liteon, right? It's probably the best bet for us.
You need control of the lighthouse to schedule an opening to get to Luteon because it is hidden underwater.
I forget where the lighthouse actually is. I know the Luteon is around the Whistling
This little
Dial.
Kaz right here.
Oh, is that where the lighthouse is?
That is a lighthouse.
Okay.
Yep. It is just a lighthouse in the middle of the fucking ocean.
How long will this trip take?
Great question.
Then yeah, I'd imagine the best point. I will roll for it though, still, but.
I take a bathroom break every hour to re-up my disgust.
Miles per day, 40. That's perfect. All the way to Liteon with normal weather would be something like 18 days. With good weather, good sailing, and the help of the lighthouse, it could go faster once you get to that point. We're talking about 8 or 9 days to get to the lighthouse, and then it kind of depends on how much the lighthouse actually helps you.
Okay, and what about like till the coast is till we're like there's this point like right here where the coast is like, and then there like that would be like a good point to just like
it's kind of what I was
start everything and take the shit and run.
That's about 4 days.
Stage it as like some rocky weather right around that coast. And
perfect.
Try.
Then yeah, that is about 4 days.
Okay, then we have 4 days to get our shit together.
Come up with an actual plan.
I've been trying.
You have so many plans and like 2% of each. Like,
it's like my art career. Anyway.
Perfect.
Yes, there's no way that between all of us we don't have enough gold to have just chartered a ship.
listen,
That, but
he made the plan already.
I keep
Oh no, I want to
money
be
on
thrown in
it.
a coffin. I'm just as guilty as this plan.
You're guilty by what's the word I'm looking for? You went along with it.
I think I was the one who told Branch to put me in a coffin. This is mostly my fault.
You're the one who asked for this.
All right. Let's well, okay, do you do anything on your first day at sea for these first few hours as you ship out? Or are you just kind of settling in and keeping your heads down?
Yeah, I'm making friends with all the crew and the captain.
Perfect.
Also trying to do that, but
Speak
also
Sterling.
trying to see like, hey, if there's anything here that could like blow our cover, then like I want to know that immediately. Essentially, just trying to scope that out.
So you're doing it with a side of looking for holes in your plan or ways you could get exposed.
Yeah.
Excellent. Is Ruko doing anything unusual on this first day of travel? How do you settle in?
I'm always doing unusual things. Well,
You're not
mostly
currently dressed like a Spirit Reaver, right?
No, I'm dressed like a cool, what do you call it?
Like a proper actual serial little priest. In fact, he looks almost like he looks more priestly than the guards and the Sun Callers.
Yup. I'm pretty cool looking. As in stupid. No, I'm mostly just kind of getting a vibe check on the people and the social dynamics, which can be leveraged or which ones are problematic, and so on.
Love it.
Just gonna get a read of people.
Perfect. I'm going to start asking for rolls once I know what everybody is doing. How about Kaz?
Kaz is probably just trying to keep like kind of a lowish profile. I don't have like a magical way to disguise myself, and I also don't know if I have much of a reason to disguise myself here other than just like Cyril might still have like a bounty out for me or something. Can have I seen any wanted posters for Kaz, or can I like roll something to like
Sure. You can just
be
give me a
keeping an eye
perception
out
check.
for me?
You can give me perception to see if you have spotted wanted posters, and underworld lore to know like what your heat level is.
$14 on the heat check.
Okay, let's see. You haven't seen wanted posters for yourself. And 14, your heat level is about the same as every other pirate from Gorchiga, which is to say, if they knew you were a pirate from Gorchiga, there could be problems. But, like, how do I put this? They're not looking for you specifically. You would just want to keep your head down and don't cause trouble.
Okay, but I don't get the feeling that they're still looking for me or like the Vatis family in particular.
Not
on a
from
14.
not from what you've seen, and not from the experience that you've had in Gorchiga since the incident. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd imagine that like the whole of Cyril doesn't know about the raid on
Right. There's
my hometown that I definitely remember the name of.
Favelam.
Yeah, that's the one.
Bavilla, that's the one.
I don't
Okay.
think so.
Oh, maybe? I'll look it up. Anyway,
We'll
but
figure
yeah,
it out.
you keep
It's
an
not
eye out.
important. It's gone. It was burned to the ground.
Right. Mostly just keeping your head down and trying to not cause trouble. And then the important one, Foster. What you feel the coffin get set down, the voices go quiet, and the ship starts to lurch off. What's your...
I did actually have some stuff I wanted to do after, like figuring out how much of a low profile I needed to
Oh, gotcha. Okay, then yeah, what you got, Kaz?
like as much as it's allowed, I'm kind of just like trying to look kind of like I'm on a like I know this isn't like a passenger vessel per se, but I'm kind of just trying to look like I'm enjoying myself or whatever. Like I'm just kind of like touristy, like as much as they'll allow me to look around the ship as someone who just appears to be curious about like, oh, what's this room? What's this do? That kind of thing.
Yeah. It is kind of a passenger ship. You paid money to be a passenger on the ship, or you would have if Branch and Rico hadn't come up with a really good cover story. It's not a tourist ship, but you know how to be on the deck of a ship without being in the way. You're very good at that. And so it's not a problem for you to just kind of look over the edge and watch the sky and kind of explore a little bit.
Okay, then I am trying to look for like where the cargo hold is, what like good points of egress or bottlenecks or whatever in case shit does hit the fan. And since I have experience in it, where like a good place to like if I have to like a load bearing part of the interior ship if I need to blow this one up too, or something like that.
right. I gotcha. Yeah, go ahead and give me a sailing lore.
Just scoping the place out.
Yeah.
Can I give you sailing and or crafting?
Or actually, sorry, hold on to your check for now. I'm going to figure out what everybody is doing first and then do all of the checks down the line. So let's jump over to Foster and find out what Foster is doing. You feel the coffin get set down and the ship take off and everything is dark and you're in a coffin alone. What's your plan?
4 days of silence.
Right.
Do I have a rough idea that I have 4 days to, or need to make something happen in 4 days, rather?
Presumably Kaz could have mapped this out ahead of time. I'm being a little lenient with like how much of this planning was done before you actually got on the ship, just because we've been kind of like,
Thank you
meta
for your
talking about it.
leniency.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I spend some time trying to figure out like the guard pattern of who's coming to check on this cargo, and try to clock a time of day when I might be able to get away with some magic casting without too many people around?
Absolutely, especially with Ildwo's help. So you start trying to just test the waters with when you're allowed to get out and do some magic. Perfect. Okay, now let's actually start getting some dice involved in all of these. Let's run down the line. I'm going to go left to right because that's easier. Kaz, sailing lore. Excellent. You get an amazing layout of the ship. You fully understand it. You do a great job of exploring without getting in anyone's way. It is a beautiful, tall, three-masted ship. If you were to destroy any of these masts, it would cause pretty significant structural damage. If you were to destroy 2 of them, it could be enough to like make the ship fully sink. One would be enough to knock it almost completely out of commission.
Cool. This is a stretch, but since you told me I was able to just kind of like really look around and get and like scope it out as much as I want. And I really want to look touristy here. Can I like draw a map of this ship?
Yeah.
And like, also since I possibly piqued her interest in delivering her a ship with, I don't know. Have I heard of ships that can like sail underwater?
Oh,
Do
certainly.
I know?
A lot of, Captain Huckfuckles has a ship that can both fly and sail underwater. It is, there's all sorts of magic ships. Pirates love magic ships. Everybody loves magic ships.
Okay, but like anything that would allow a ship to do something like that, non-magically.
Ooh, great question. Give me a
And this is like a
lore
yeah, I was
check.
hoping for crafting, and this is like a low priority thing. Just something I'm kind of like is kind of pondering over the 4 days, assuming nothing else comes up.
Right, right.
Because it's also something he wants to do for his own ship.
Wonderful. This is also
I'm
something
going to build the first submarine.
I was going to say, this is something we just talked about in real life last night. And it is about the right time. The first, air ballast bladder operated submarine was the mid 1700s, and the technology level today in this campaign is like early to mid 1800s. Which means, Kaz, you would be aware, especially in the barren lands where magic is not an option. The three-masted ship was like 100, 200 years ago. And almost immediately after that, you started getting ironclads, and almost immediately after that, people started developing submarines. They are dangerous as fuck. They're scary. You don't want to be in one, but they make non-magical ships that can submerge beneath the water and then resurface by essentially pressurizing and unpressurizing air in big metal tubes. That is a thing that does exist that you have heard of. They're not common. They're experimental. They are mostly used in war and for like espionage. But they do exist, and you've heard of them, and you understand the principle of how they work.
Interesting.
You also get a very comprehensive map. I will say the only thing visible here that you do not get a map of is the captain's quarters. Unless you maybe befriend the captain later, but we'll get to that here in a second. Everything else you get.
What did the captain look like? Describe them again.
Captain is a fiery-haired elven woman, freckles.
No, you lost me.
Got it. Perfect. Excellent. Perfect. Unless
you weren't talking about the sort of befriending Kaz usually does.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, maybe you could also just try being friends with her, but that's up to you. There is captain's quarters right outside the captain's quarters is the desk. You were able to see that. She is there a lot of the time. Below that, in the stern castle, is the mess hall and the galley. That has stairs leading down to the crew's quarters, where you do learn quickly enough that you and Drajak and Karaka and a few other just like elven merchants have taken up residence. They have some of the cargo on this floor as well, mostly the most expensive stuff. They probably at some point are like, hey, do you want to move your buddy up here so it's not as dank? And it's up to you if you take him up on that, but we'll deal with that later. You learn that there's another staircase going up to the front. The forecast, which leads to kind of like a supply area where they have just lots of extra rope, lots of rigging, extra oars, lifeboats, things that are useful to help with the ship. That is also where they store the ammunition for all of the cannons, which I don't know are on this map, just because they weren't part of the map. I guess they do. But yeah, there's just like 3 guns on either side of the ship on the deck that are used to fend off pirates. And then finally, there's one more staircase way back here that goes down to the lower cargo deck, which I don't have on the map, but it is essentially just a big, musty hold where a ton of cargo is stored, including your good friend Foster.
Good thing he can smell.
Actually, funny news about that.
Oh no.
We specifically can now.
They specifically can now.
Unfortunate.
Real unfortunate that this is, you learn to smell and then spend 10 days aboard the musty cargo deck of a ship. Next in line was Foster. So Foster, you begin to kind of like listen and be patient and test the waters with when is it safe for me to actually come out. I assume that as part of this, eventually you try to have Yieldwood. Are you able to like communicate with her telepathically at all or empathically?
No, but I do have. Where is it? I can do share senses every 10 minutes and just see what she sees.
Perfect. That helps so much. Then yeah, essentially working with Yieldwood. Let me go ahead and get a perception check. Excellent. Essentially, you find that they keep one guard down here for like the first day to sort of just make sure that everything is okay, and more importantly, to make sure that everything is not shifting. There's dock workers that come down and check on it every couple of hours. When there is rough, choppy weather, they're more likely to come down and check on it. But when things are calm, they don't really spend a lot of time down here. You have a lot of time to yourself down here where you could pretty safely get out of your coffin, stretch your legs, maybe even do some magic. You're pretty far below deck. It's dark enough that if somebody did start to come down the stairs, A, you would hear them. It's creaky wooden stairs. And B, there are places where you could hide, as long as they don't go specifically, like, open up your coffin, or, like, accidentally look in the wrong spot where you happen to be hiding. So there are openings, is essentially what I'm getting at, especially after the first day. If you'd like to cast some magic, you can do that.
Okay, cool. It's mostly just for planning for day 4, but...
It is worth mentioning the ship does have a couple of Mausers. Ildwoad is ferocious and has no trouble fending them off, but they do kind of like, they give her shifty eyes every now and then.
Bitches.
Next in line was Branch, looking for problems. Branch, give me a perception check and a diplomacy check. And actually, because all three of you are kind of doing social stuff here, let me get the rolls from Ruko and Ethan as well ahead of time, and I will kind of give you the results in the order that is most interesting. So let me get diplomacy from Ruko and diplomacy from Ethan.
My mic came unplugged for a second.
Gotcha.
I did ask if any of my declared on the cases were relevant to this perception check.
You currently have La Echelache and the Desolate King, is that true?
I changed Desolate King to Lateon since we're going there.
Perfect, got it.
Well,
So 17?
17, got it.
I'm using my hero points because we're almost time.
True, got about an hour left. Okay, so Branch and Nathan both do a suitable job of making friends with the crew. You find that, like, once they're at sea, the weather has been very kind. The work is not too hard. Everybody is sort of chill. And there's a little bit of an air of, oh, they have to be nice to you because you're paying customers. But also part of it is just like, it's kind of a nice crew. The people here are doing good, honest work. They're just kind of living their lives. They make good money. It's hard work, but it's honest work. They seem to like their jobs. They seem to like the captain. And they seem to like you guys. Every now and then they'll settle in for games when they're not working. They gather everybody up for dinners. They kind of eat in shifts since there's not a ton of room in there. But you guys are encouraged to eat with the crew if you would like. You get to know many of them by name. Your rat buddy is still here, although he doesn't recognize you because you're in a different disguise now. But you see that he is still here. And you were able to just kind of start making friends and learning about some of these people. What you got, Brand?
If that was all, or if no one else has anything. The Branch is directing a lot of his, like, diplomacy, because the disguise and all that was the whole, like, cover of being a Cyrillan, like, traveling missionary, essentially. A lot of his interactions are going to be with the War Mage and the Sun Callers, essentially, and seeing what they're like, what everything they've got on them and all that, right?
Perfect. Excellent. Yeah, because you were looking for danger, especially. Yeah. Awesome. So now I'm going to start running down the line and telling you guys the specific things about what you were trying to do beyond just befriending all the crew. I'm going to start with Ethan. The big thing that you learn from the crew is the crew really likes the captain. She has served them well. She is no bullshit. She kind of just tells it as she is. She plays cards with them. She drinks with them. She gives them time off when they need it. She makes them work when they need to work. They like her. She seems level-headed, and they respect that about her. Her name is Amy. Her brother is first mate. He is much quieter. He's kind of shy. I don't know if shy is really the right word, so much as just reserved. But most of them have been sailing together on the ship for like a good 6 to 7 years.
Okay.
They got
Are they on the older side of, like, elves? Younger side.
Kind of on the younger side, actually, which puts them in like the 110, 120. but that is like the human equivalent of mid-20s. And she has kind of that like rebellious mid-20s vibe about her. And on a 20 from Ruko, I don't necessarily know that Ethan or Branch pick up on it, but Ruko, the vibe you get from her is that she's like kind of a free spirit, kind of a rebel. She occasionally makes a couple of comments when the guards are not looking about like, yeah, I'm just trying to keep my head down. Things are a mess right now. They're talking about like war soon with the Hidlands, and I think one of the reasons that they're ordering so many of these potions is because they're gearing up for something big, and I don't like it better than anyone else. But I mean, I guess I'll just do my job and serve the nation as we do. Just a couple of like flippant little comments that might not really register for a ton of people, but because Ruko's specifically looking for like fractures and schisms, she looks sympathetic. She feels sympathetic. She feels like she does not have a strong nationalist fervor that perhaps you've come to expect from a lot of your interactions with Cyril people.
Cool.
Branch, specifically working with the guards and keeping an eye out for things that could potentially be problems. You get to know more about how the guards operate. You learn their rotation schedule. This is easy work, but they take it seriously because they have been attacked multiple times. They always have somebody on lookout up in the crow's nest. The Sun Mages, one is working, but one is always at the ready. There's always one that is like not busy, so that they can be watchful instead. They have one on the crow's nest, one on the deck, one below deck at all times for the 3 guards here, and then the 2 mages, one working, one watching, usually from the stern castle. You learn a little bit about their capabilities, the magic that they can cast. You see that they use a lot of fire magic, wind magic, lightning magic, a little bit of stuff that is just like water-based utility, things to put out fires. They don't really have to use a lot of it, honestly. The weather is so compliant right now, and you guys aren't attacked in the first few days, so they're kind of just on standby. They're watching, which unfortunately for you means they have a lot of time to watch all of you. They're not like following you around like bloodhounds, but if you're on the deck, their eyes are on you pretty much the entire time.
Can I, unless there's anything else, can I engage one of them in conversation real quick?
Absolutely. Who do you want to grab?
Just one of the sun callers and stuff like that. From what Branch understands, they are like devout Cyrillan like priests and stuff. If they're a sun caller and everything, right?
Yes, they have a very like theocratic militaristic society. Almost all of their high-ranking mages and military members are like paladins or clerics or champions. They are people who are devoutly religious. They're crusaders.
Gotcha. So he just goes up to one of them. He's like, "Hello. Sorry, it's been a while since I've seen another follower of Aeva. Magic.
You have been away from the homeland for some time.
Oh yes. The studying. The reason we were in Unma in the first place was to study history related to kind of lost or not well known pieces of the homeland's history.
It is a beautiful service. What has our mother shown you?
Are you familiar with the Seed of the Moonlight Prayer? The legend of that? House Vesper?
I have never heard of it. No, tell me.
It's a... simply put, there was an attack on Cyril and... if I'm getting the story right, the House Vesper used to be like the king and queens.
House Vesper was just kind of like a noble family. They weren't even like princes or princesses. It was just a lord that had valuable land.
They were a lord. They were a lord. The TLDR essentially they were a lordship that had not really any more power than an artifact of which the Desolate King had stolen from them after sending their house to sunders.
You do see he kind of like looks up to the suns and does a quick holy symbol when you mention the Desolate King, but then he looks back.
I was curious about the nature of the attack, the ramifications, and what caused it, and why the Seed of the Moonlight Prayer would have even been needed. We didn't even find that much out there. Those lands are a bit rough, if I must say.
Yes, I must say I respect your dedication to this pilgrimage. It is my understanding that the Savage Lands barely know how to keep records. It must be quite a daunting task for you to sort through the sands.
Yes, in hopes that I find something anyway. Before that, I was stationed in Famidor for a while. I don't know if you're aware of the situation there.
Uh,
Are-
Give me a diplomacy check. With a +4 because of your disguise.
Yep. Diplomacy. Diplomacy. Diplomacies. Diplomacies? Okay.
I have not been stationed there yet, but it is active, yes.
I'm curious what the motherland thinks of those lands. A lot of strife and turmoil for our people there, but I've come to respect it in its own right. You have any opinions about it?
He kind of looks to you and then to the other guards. I'm afraid that opinions are above my station. I am sure that we are there for a good reason. It's a valuable trade city.
Hey, well, thank you for your time, and for your service. Ava never sought to bestow upon me the miracle she does to you, but I believe my services are used in other ways.
You have
Just-
dedicated yourself to faith. I can see that in your worn feet and the travels that you've done. Keep the faith. She will look up. She will look upon you.
Glory to the motherland. And just head out. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Excellent. Ethan and Ruko, there's one point where you guys are kind of sitting down and talking to the crew at one of the tables, perhaps playing cards or drinking or something along those lines, where you hear heavy footsteps coming up the wooden stair. And you see that Drajak kind of comes into the mess hall with you, looks around, spots the two of you, and decides to sit down at the table just a couple of seats away from the two of you. Looks over to the bar and just like holds up a finger, to which the galley cook kind of like wants to throw a bit of a fit, but just starts making a drink and walks it over and sets it down in front of him. And then Drajak looks to you, Ruko, and sees your disguise and kind of says, "So, I have not seen one of your rank before. What is it that you do?"
Is it one of my rank?
Yeah. The mask, you're some sort of priest?
Yeah, one of the ones that venture out. You?
Me? Oh, I'm no priest, I'm just a traveler. We're going to be on this ship for some time. They're all busy. Do you play cards?
I do.
Do you arm wrestle?
I do.
Do you? He puts his hand on the table, or he puts his like arm up to arm wrestle you. It is
Yeah,
a friendly
he rolls.
game, no money.
No money.
Uh,
So your doc work? Just he acts like he doesn't know him.
A Darkwood? No! I am Drajak the Red. I am a gladiator. For the record, Kaz, if you want to be, you can. Although you did say you're mostly keeping your head down, but like food time, if you want to be here so you're eating, that's totally fine.
Oh yeah, I mean like by keeping my head down, I mean I was mostly just needing to know like if I needed to like actually disguise myself.
Totally
I assume
fine.
I am just kind of like taking it leisurely, kind of like doing what the people do. I eat when they eat.
Excellent.
I do like I change my outfit a little bit. I'm not wearing like the the red coat. I take off the like Votzi's emblem earring.
Perfect. That being the case,
He's
then, do
wearing
you still look
those.
the same as you did in the tavern, Kaz?
Yeah.
Excellent. Good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this will be fun.
Yeah. Athen's wearing those like padded gloves Narafi would wear. And his disguise includes like gloves in them.
Excellent. Perfect. Then yeah, we're just going to do like a best 2 out of 3 here with athletics checks to see how the arm wrestling goes.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Put up a bit of a fight for the first bit.
Oh,
Yeah, and then let's see how the third one goes.
yeah. Oh no, that's very good.
This is why we like averages. That's still pretty good though.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
do see that at first he does the thing that all strong men do, where he lets you push him back to 20 degrees, just so
Yeah.
that he can prove that he can push you back up from there. And sure enough, as soon as you get him back, he suddenly like tenses up and with ease pushes you back to about 40 degrees or so. You do put up a fight for a little bit at the end. It is shaky, he strains. But you see that like his other hand is just kind of resting bored on his palm. His chin is resting on his palm, and then he eventually just kind of like slams your hand down into the table.
You're more of a challenge than any acolyte. He laughs.
It is quite alright. I have had plenty of practice.
I do a little like stage clap from wherever I'm at. I'm like, oh, just as strong as ever.
By Azura, by Azura.
So, you are a traveling priest. You are also a traveling priest, looking to Ethan.
I am.
And you, I
Just
remember you from the tavern. You were what? You were stalking me?
No, just hitching a ride.
Hitching a ride. Wonderful.
I'm a businessman.
Where are you from? Are you returning or are you going?
Going where there is money to be made.
You are a merchant then.
Of sorts.
You are a thief then.
No.
That's what a thief would say.
I will not pry. It is not my job to police this ship. That is what they get paid to do. And he looks out the porthole to one of the guards that is just kind of standing on the deck of the ship. I am here because I am hungry. Speaking of which, where's my food? And the chef kind of just like wipes his forehead and starts to gather things up for him to eat. And you do see some of the other crew kind of like rolls their eyes. It's very clear that like everybody here is having a good time except for this asshole, and they're getting a little tired of it. But eventually he brings over this big plate of food, which he begins to scarf down with just like his bare hands. He is an open mouth chewer. That's an important detail.
Ugh.
Yep. Just a really, I could have him kick a puppy, or I could have him chew with his mouth open. They both do the
No,
same
it's
thing.
fine. He's already eating barehanded. I don't think you could make his table manners any worse. But, like, does he smack his lips and stuff too?
Oh yeah, it's awful. So, what are your names?
It's a good elf name. What's a Cyrillid name?
Just mix a ton of A's and E's together with a few soft consonants.
This is Snap, and I'm Snap, and this is my associate Crackle.
Makes you say it.
And then it would be really funny though, right? If they did that, and then like Cackles walked up in a little jaw outfit, and he said, "And I'm Pop."
What is a rank of the priest of Eva?
Give me a
That
religion
would
check.
be like, yeah, here. I'll do you one better. I'll give you esoteric.
Yeah, fair. I'll fall for it every time. It's fine.
-2, or at least +2 to the DC, whichever.
Bishop, Archbishop, Inquisitor, Archinquisitor, Priest.
Grand Wizard.
No, I mean, kind of effectively, yes, but they don't actually use that term.
Inquisitor is, they're well known, or like
Inquisitors are but Inquisitors are specifically like investigators and kind of militaristic. If you're trying to pretend to just be a pilgrim, you would probably just be like, honestly, just like a deacon or a father or something along those lines, something a little lower ranking.
Yeah.
Unless you wanted to tell him you're Inquisitor, and that would invite like, oh, you're an Inquisitor. What are you doing on this trip? You must be looking for someone.
Yeah, I think what Ethan would do is like, he's going to say he's an Inquisitor, but he's going to say he was looking for someone back in and did not find him, and now he's kind of on his way back to report back.
Give me a deception check with a +4. And do it with advantage for reasons.
Okay. So here's the first roll, and then I'm gonna re-roll it and keep the higher for 22.
I
And he
may...
calls himself Inquisitor Ethenen.
Amazing, perfect. Very elven. Inquisitor.
Ethenen.
Well, and he kind of like wipes his face and like rubs his hand across his chest. I am no man of the cloth, but I have a lot of respect for the Inquisitors. Do you know Remus?
Ugh.
The White Wolf. Everyone knows Remus.
Everyone knows Remus. Can I ask you a very blunt question?
If it's about Remus, he doesn't like sharing his private life very much. Kind of a dick, honestly.
You see that he kind of smiles. That is reassuring to hear. If you see him before I do, tell him that I am still looking. I have had no luck.
Very well. He nods. Though I do find long trips where nothing happens very boring. If you two are restless, we can have a little tussle.
If I may be blunt once more, and he does kind of lower his voice, although he is so deep voiced that it kind of carries naturally even when he's trying to whisper. It concerns me that I would stumble across another Inquisitor looking for someone in the desert, when I was assigned to the desert to look for someone. It makes me think maybe my job is not so secure. Can I ask who you were looking for?
No, that's a matter of security.
It is. One you should only share with the right people. And with that, he stands up, and he walks over to the bar, and kind of makes a show of showing his back to you. Give me a perception check.
Sure. Oh boy.
You see that his back is branded, as if embossed, by a dozen different markings, kind of like tattoos, except instead of using ink, they are embossed into his scales like leather.
Like scarification.
Kind of like scarification, yeah. They're decorative. Many of them are very pretty. One stands out to you because he seems to deliberately angle himself so that you can see it. And I don't know if it means anything to you yet, but it is a four-armed crab that is snipping chains open. It is breaking chains. Give me a religion check.
I'll give you esoteric lore.
Yep, that's totally fine.
Who dat?
Jesus Christ, your modifier is insane. That is the holy symbol of Baelus, the god of dominion.
Oh, yeah, a slaver god, or whatever. Is that not the god who puts chains in people?
That is, yes.
Oh, yeah, that explains why it's familiar then. He's a crab?
Baelus's holy symbol is a four-armed crab. You, just as like
I can't remember if that was mentioned when we saw the chains in the underground. It might have, it's been a while.
It's been a while. I'm looking for the dude. Just as a memory jog, it's a tiny little 12-pixel token. You do remember that this demon had 4 arms and that they ended in crab claws.
Oh, that's true. The Angel of Baelus. We didn't fight them, right? We just
You did not. You negotiated. You made deals
Was
with
that
them.
always his name?
It is. It's always his name. His name is. It's essentially in the Hellenic language, which is a discordant three tones musical language. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, all of this to say, he deliberately makes a point, without saying anything, of letting you see the embossed scarification on his back, and you see that among them is a holy symbol to Baelus. He reaches over, he grabs himself a knife and a fork, and then he comes back and sits back down.
Help, what's he trying to say? I'm really bad reading between the lines.
Sure, give me an insight check. Give me a perception check.
Yeah. It was on a 17 and rolled to a 3. I'm going. So bitchy. I'm going to reroll it with a hero point. We have 40 minutes left. 14.
14? Hard to say. The only thing you really get on the 14 is you said, like, oh, it's a matter of security. I'm only supposed to talk to certain people about it. And then he, like, not so subtly flashed this symbol on his back and then sat back down.
Okay.
Cool.
If I'm going to infer something, it's that he's here to look for a certain someone to enslave for someone. But that's why I infer it's because of the symbol, right?
Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
I assume I'm watching this too, right?
Yes, absolutely. And if you would like, you can also give
Yeah.
me a religion check or a spirit wheel
Good
lore
luck.
check.
Good luck.
Oh boy. Spirit Weaver.
Nice. Nice.
19, you also recognize that this is the holy symbol of Balis, the god of dominion, god of enslavement, god of control. And with your Spirit Weaver lore check, you understand that the purpose of the Cyrillil Taming Project is to enslave spirits. The Taming Project is the big project that Cyrillin is working on, and specifically that Lucian is working on. The Lucian, as part of the Taming Project, tried to bind Tex using totems. That is all. That's part of something called the Taming Project, the goal of which is to enslave spirits.
And he mentioned Lucian as well. It's just no good. Okay.
Yeah. I think when he turned his back, based on the just because he showed the crab symbol, Ethan doesn't know what he's looking for. Ethan doesn't know anything about this project. But he wants to kind of throw him off Ruko's scent. So he says, like it's just that I've heard a few rumors about spirit moving pirates attacking vessels nowadays. And that's he's just inferring that, oh, I'm here to like capture a few pirates.
I have heard those rumors myself. It's not why I'm here, but I sure do hope that they try it. I'm hungry.
You're a big boy. There's probably going to be a lot. He's like, I don't know what to do. He's like, well, in front of Ruko, like, well, you're a big boy.
He is aware of this like awkwardness, and he delights in it. He is just like icy stare at both of you back and forth, like really enjoying that he has kind of got you in a situation where you don't know what to say. And eventually, kind of satisfied, he throws back the rest of his drink, leaves all of his dirty dishes at the table. I am going to go nap. Good luck finding your quarry.
Isn't that right, Archbishop or whatever you are?
Uh-huh. Yes, my son.
Let's cut real quick before you guys talk about all that to Foster. Foster, it's been like a day or so. You figured out a routine where you can get in and out easily if you would like to. How are you entertaining yourself? Is there anything that you do other than just like occasionally jumping into Eeldwood and exploring the ship?
Wait, I'm so sorry. I just thought about playing Knucklebones by yourself with your own Knucklebone.
No, that's totally fine. It's probably mostly that because I'm trying to figure out how the fuck I'm gonna make a distraction.
I really love that everyone is like, we don't have a plan. Get in the coffin. Here's a bunch of shit. Make it just like you do the plan. Like this is your problem now.
Well, I've got a goo grenade and a frost vial, so that's something.
True.
Can we? I mean, at some point, Branch is probably gonna like, under the guise of like, visiting his dead friend, to mourn him, be like, oh yeah, what did you come down and be like, oh yeah, what are you thinking about? So,
Right.
like,
You guys figure out the routine where you can go down and speak to him if you would like.
yeah, okay.
Well, I've got some sling bullets and I've got these potions, so I'm thinking about doing like a Home Alone situation.
Can I? And if anyone else wants to come with me, too, but like if I can like come down when I know there's no one there and like knock on coffin and be like, Foster, you want to talk for a bit?
That would be really nice.
Yeah, sorry we're keeping you down here.
No, it's okay.
It smells like shit, but good thing you got your smell back immediately so you can take the good with the bad. So, find anything?
I mean, I've got a pretty good idea of when I could get away with doing some magic, and It's just about making a big enough distraction.
And I just apologize above the board and say that I definitely leapt into this way too fast. Didn't think enough about it.
Oh, that's okay. I think we were. Any one of us could have stepped up and said, "Hey, maybe we should stop for a second."
I feel like I forced it on you, especially this coffin shit, but whatever. If you want, they think I'm fucking crying my eyes out here. I could try my hardest to weep and sob and fucking scream until it creates enough noise to the point where they won't notice you prying open these carts, seeing if there's anything we can use in them.
I, I think I've got an idea for the carts. I haven't got a good sense of the morale around here. Do you think if I just exploded a bunch of shit in this room, it would be a big enough distraction, or?
Oh, absolutely. But people here are pretty friendly.
So maybe we don't need to do all that?
I'm thinking I might need to go talk to the captain soon. The guards can go fuck themselves. They're uptight assholes. But, hey, need to reassess my own bias real quick. Hated Cyril all my life. Now I'm surrounded by them. I don't want to hurt it. I don't want to hurt most of them. Somehow I keep forgetting you're Cyril too.
I mean, we don't have to hurt any of them. We just gotta take the ship, right?
Yeah. And for some reason, I wasn't thinking about where we were going to put all of them once we were done with this. There was a piece of the back of my mind that wanted to sacrifice them all to Lale Chalache too so we could get out safe and sound. I'm only telling you this because you're good at keeping stuff private. But I can't lie and say it didn't cross my mind.
It won't come to that.
A lot of good that following me does. Probably will. So, if it ever gets too bad, feel free to just run, okay?
I'm not going anywhere, Branch. None of us are. You're too hard on yourself, you know that?
I'll see how I feel if this ship burns down with the rest of us. Okay.
Well,
The captain's
you can say we had a good run.
Wish it was longer. Captain's sympathetic, apparently. I think I can go chat with her at some point, and who knows, we might have another ally. I can bring her down here to talk with you if you want. If you think that's cool. And explain some stuff, but...
If you think she's trustworthy.
Maybe.
Well, if I don't hear anything day 4, I'm gonna make a real lad boom down here and try to at least get some people down here before everybody shows up.
It's a lot better than what I had in mind. Alright. Thank you. You need any more reading material? That light erotica doing you well?
Yeah, this pamphlet is like 2 pages long, so...
I'll find another pamphlet for you.
I love the idea of him coming up with another identical pamphlet.
Yeah. Alright, later. I'll prepare the marriage ceremony for you and Thalia when we get back.
Alright, back up top. Kaz, Ruko, and Ethan just watched Drajak head off after that. A lot of the other crew kind of looks over to you, and then they notice that you guys looking back at them and go back to eating.
Yeah. I just look at them and say, what a dick, huh? And then I extend it and leave.
Excellent. Yeah, a lot of
Again, just to lighten the mood. And then I go with Ruka, like, what the fuck are we gonna do, Ruka? He's working with Remus.
Well, I think maybe tonight I can send a message to my brother. Maybe I can figure out if he knows anything about this guy. Who knows? Who knows? But what the heck? Sounds like a big shot.
I don't understand this deal.
Me either.
What?
Well, not entirely, not yet. Yeah, him and Remus, they say very, very quietly to him. He's not really tangled up in Texas' whole deal. The totems, the enslavement. You know,
Your people.
yeah, they hate all of us. And they're trying to use Uno to do things that are terrible.
What is he after, you or Tex?
Hmm. Spirits like Tex, Damons like him or something, you know. And probably me while he's at it. I don't know. Or my people.
What
I don't
is your connection with Tex? I know you've mentioned having him around forever, but
know. Well, it is a long story.
we're in a long cruise.
True. Well, I don't even know where to begin. There's, there's a connection to my past, my skills, my only I don't know. He's a friend, and he hates me, and it makes it more challenging. But in like a
He
good way,
hates
you
you?
know. You like cats, you know. He loves me.
Yeah, like Prickle Biscuits. I get the vibe that Prickle Biscuits loves me.
Yeah, that one's a long story, but stories on another thread is we could do something here. The captain seemed young, I guess, like ambitious, adventurous,
For an elf, I suppose.
disillusioned, free spirited. Maybe I can lay some groundwork. I can tell some stories to the crew that are just fanciful about sea voyages and adventure, and kind of lay the groundwork to seed the idea of perhaps doing a little
Sure.
fun diversion.
You think that we can convince the crew to help us against the Church of Eva?
Yeah. If you say something enough times over the course of a day, like the word elephant, eventually you can brainwash someone into getting into to saying elephant later.
So we want them to say elephant?
We want them to say adventure and to divert the crew while being on our side. So we'll technically
Okay.
steal to go on our journey, but not have to steal and capture everybody. Maybe we'll need to deal with the big guy though. He's dangerous. I'll get
Oh,
some
oh yeah.
intel. Maybe I'll get some intel. And the guards, the priests.
From the arm wrestling, could I tell how much stronger he was than me? One of the reasons I did it.
Certainly, that seems reasonable. Uh,
Yeah, I could tell like he was quite stronger.
he is
But
quite
I want to
strong.
know by how much.
I guess give me a perception check to narrow it down to an exact number.
They do a medicine.
Sure. I'm into it.
They're the same, but it's it just makes sense to do
Oh, yeah.
medicine.
Natural 20, he has a strength of +8. His arms are not even the scary part. The scary part is
Lord
his
plus
tail.
8.
His
Yeah.
tail weighs almost as much as the rest of him, and it is pure muscle, and he can use it as a weapon.
Oh, he can whap with it.
Yeah, but he has a +8 strength, +13 athletics after PWL.
Yeah, that is double my strength, which is a +4. Like, yeah, that's a dangerous guy.
Yeah. Speaking of dangerous guys, too, back to the Tex Delio. Well, I don't know. He's one of the big guys. The legends, the lore,
The
the
Golden Fiends.
fiends. Yeah.
I
And,
saw.
yeah. But the fact that even one of those, that's like the most difficult, the most powerful of demons. And it's, I don't know how to explain. With Spirit Weavers, we try to negotiate between the realms, between spirits, demons, whatever.
You
And he's
have.
the hardest one, the most condensed, the most
Yeah,
difficult one
you're.
to crack. And yet, there is still yet more than just one thing to him, and it's fascinating. I don't know. Like I feel like I want to whatever he needs to have happen. I want to help him. I don't know why. But it means a lot to me. I don't know.
I. I'm
Complicated.
fascinated and quite quite scared, in all honesty, that you believe it's possible to sway a creature like Tex, born of malevolence and wrath.
Mm.
But if you say it can be done, then it must. After all, Texas not in his true body. He's
You see?
in what a cat right now. I don't understand
Yeah.
what's going on
Mm,
there. I think it's he was sealed in it,
yeah. That's the
and
problem. Yeah. The approach. They had the tools, but not the knowledge. You don't want to take away from a daemon most times, even though if they're built of wrath, you might want to take some of that away. It's the obvious thing to do, but no, you have to add to them. You give them more.
you
That's
don't take,
not
you
more
add
wrath, but more
compassion,
life, compassion. Show them more.
empathy.
Yes, you rebalance by adding more experience, more variation. You let them take, and you don't take away.
I see.
It's very difficult and extremely dangerous, but you know, what else are you gonna do? They're gonna get pissed off and come back and terrorize your village or something. It's just the way we like to do things.
That's insightful, I suppose. Sympathy is hard to influence,
It's
but
hard to change
adding
anyone.
more that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't like the thought of having to change someone because it's, you know, that's for one difficult, and two, you don't. You're an external force. You have to have them accept new things, experience new things, and they will find the change themselves and do it how they wish. But if you can help them do it in a way that's not destructive, then that's good for everyone and everyone's on the same page. You know, the same. They're going along for the ride, not uh, taking the oars away from them or the. He, he looks at Cackles like trying to make a metaphor for when he couldn't reach the floor and he was trying to row. With the
Legs too
Cackles
short.
going, yeah, you take his knee length. You know what I mean.
Yeah. Is that why? Is that something that could be applied to Branch? Is that why he seems to have changed, or at
So
least
too.
grown?
I think so too. I mean, it's kind of a strange thing to put it that way, but you had Tex in a cave, wrath and fury in a cave, with not much else to come by except for a tasty adventure or whatever he did with us. God, that was terrifying. I wonder what happened. Anyway, but then there's Branch, and he's also just locked away in a monastery with a not enough to like other things happening besides this world that he's been imprisoned in. You know, it's locked down and forced. But now
Yeah,
that there's more to experience, there's freedom. He can take things and learn things, and it changes someone. Nobody had to force that.
I think the freedom has done him very well.
We'll see. Yes, it has, but I still feel like sometimes he might blow up the ship,
Ah,
which would be
well,
cool. But
baby
it has.
steps. He means well. I
Yeah,
know he means well. He's a good person, and I think, like I've said, he just needs to think a little more.
yeah.
I owe him very much, especially about how I am now. Stagnation is always worse than moving forward.
I agree.
So
But
let's speed the forward motion.
yeah, let's do it. And I think I've got ideas for stories tonight if we ever get the chance to get the crew on our side, lay the groundwork.
Right. So, do we have? I think. I think that if it comes down to it, we may need to kill Mr. Red over there.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Branch. I was like,
Not
hold on a
Branch.
minute.
No.
Okay.
It's just he's dangerous. I don't want to if I
Yeah.
don't have to, but he is dangerous.
You know, is there any other little other
We'll have
ship?
to
Are
inform everyone
there?
else.
I mean, I think there's little escape ships, little rowboats?
Yeah, they're rowboats.
We could find another way to drug them and put them on a boat and say bye-bye.
The suggestion was
Big
we
strong
offer
guy.
him to Leche Leche, but I don't know if we want to give Leche Leche someone that
Yeah.
strong.
Is she
I feel like
useful?
she'd just, instead of selling him, use him.
You know, it would be kind of useful if I can get him, if we could capture him somehow and bring him back to the lighthouse. We know there's Aradia who's working there as the mole, but there are allies there for sure. There's people who are in the Spirit Weavers. We have the same goal of stopping these maddening projects they're doing.
What's the plan with the mole, Ruko?
Well, I do have a way to prove that this person, that Aradia has been siphoning knowledge and speaking. We've laid a trap, and I know how to spring it. So,
Okay.
yes.
Is the plan capture? Is the plan just...
Of her?
Yeah. Like, what do you want
I'm
to
not-
do with her? Just expose her and have your people deal with her?
I'll expose her at a time when she will be reprimanded quickly. I hope. But
How do they reprimand moles in your culture?
like the animal, or like the okay,
Like-
yeah,
Like a spy.
well, yeah. There's two different. There's a very entertaining story about. Right. Let's see. What do they do? We don't have a tendency to make people languish in prison forever, and we don't really like killing people either.
So, third off.
Vigorous lobotomy. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Why is it vigorous?
Oh, because it's done with great emotion. I'm just kidding. No, what do you suppose the punitive? There has been a lot of execution on the fronts of
Absolutely.
but
I
ideally, since we're far away on an island and there's more structure here.
Right. You have a lot of say in this one. I think if you have input here or if you have thoughts, you're very welcome to contribute. My gut instinct says that they, for a long time, prefer pacifism. It would be very rare for them to put someone to death. It would be much more likely that they would be imprisoned, and that they wouldn't be mistreated in prison. They would simply be imprisoned for the safety of the people around them.
They get vigorous. God, it's much cooler, I promise. But the only way I can explain it is they get vigorous mental help, like
Therapy?
There we go. We have very experienced prison therapists, and sometimes they can beat the shit out of you if that's what you need. But
So, by therapy you mean lobotomy, right?
no, that was a joke. That was a joke. No, but no, for real. They tried to get through to any sort of part of them that is still capable of being a regular person, like a good member of society, or
Okay, things sure
come
have
to
changed in
terms with the
300 years.
murders. I don't know. We try to get to the root core. Sometimes people do evil things because they're really deeply disturbed somewhere deep down, and if we could find that and force them, because they have no choice and they're stuck in a prison cell, to face that horrible, painful truth and have them actually work through it. That's the goal. But it's rough. Sometimes it takes a while, but it's not. It's at least on a path toward healing, or at least recognizing more parts of them. It's very, very complicated. I would hate that job.
Okay, it's like some sort of forced empathy / introspection.
Like an intervention.
It's rehabilitation is the closest thing you could put to it.
Yeah,
The
that's
idea-
that's what I'm getting at.
You kind of hit the nail on the head. What they try to do is identify the root cause for why did they do this bad thing, and they try to see if that can be fixed. And it is worth pointing out that especially since the Golden Wars, this is not a society of people who are pacifist stupid, right? They understand that sometimes it is more dangerous, that by leaving a dangerous murderer alive, you risk the lives of other people. They're not dumb enough to endanger other people by not doing something that needs to be done. But, like you said, they treat death as like a a very unfortunate last resort that they try to avoid at all costs. They would much rather imprison somebody if that is possible, and what they would prefer to do over imprisonment is imprisonment with a side of rehabilitation. So
Yeah.
that is the ideal. It doesn't always work out that way, but that is their first resort, and more extreme punishments are a last resort.
True. And there's, battle things, and there's things in Blemadil that have been pretty fucking awful. But, if we're in a structured area, there's a chance to dig in and find it out. And in the process, we get more intel, because we figure out the things that harm them and what connections they have. And then we piece them together and realize, oh, this guy's friends with the big stupid wolf. That guy, maybe we learn something about him. Overall, it's a win-win. We hope. Very vigorous. Yeah.
I see.
I don't know.
Do you think perhaps we could implement that to people outside your culture? Because it sounds.
Oh, absolutely. But people don't have patience. So it's usually pretty horrible out here.
It sure is. Oh, well, we're trying to fix that. Somehow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we're currently en route to Slaver Sea Witch to do something about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still listen. I don't know what the plan is. I'm just going along with it. I want this to be there. I've done my. I've done mine. I want it to be theirs.
Yeah. I'm mostly improvising because I get a little overwhelmed. And so, now that I'm here, you ever stand on a stage and then suddenly it's easier to talk, but the whole time before you want to die? And,
God,
Oh,
what
all the
mood.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, like once I'm here, I can see things, like there's people talking. I could actually work with something instead of just think about it, So I guess I'm just going with the flow, but it feels a little better now that we're doing something.
I'm an elf right now.
I'm a priest. He shows you his trip, just chains.
Yeah, you're what archbishop? I don't know. Archpriest.
I'm venturing, whatchamacallit, missionary bishop, insider.
I'm Inquisitor Ethanin.
Hmm?
Eathanin.
Then.
Theaninin.
See,
What's
that's
your?
a fun thing. That's a clever
You're
thing.
not
you've done.
an, yeah. You're not an elf currently, right?
No. Well,
Like a ferret. I don't know what you are.
yeah, I probably going for something similar. It's a ferret folk. Are those real? And I love them already. If they're real.
There's probably there probably is something like that. I don't have it drafted up, but I'm sure somewhere.
I think the initial idea that came in with this was to be dressed up like they am, but these people are allowed to know that I'm the double agent sort of dealio. Like I'm the Faraxa, but working on your guys' side. And I'll take a lot of shit for it, but I play along with it.
Alright.
But I feel like that's a little too dangerous, actually.
Yeah. Like
So
I don't want
probably
you.
change that. Yeah,
I'm trying to draw their attention away from you.
I think the closest thing was just to be like tabaxi type or cat folk.
That's a
Yeah.
long-faced cat folk.
I look like an ocelot.
Perfect.
You're an ocelot right now.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's also a lot right now. Yeah. Okay. But
We
I don't know.
skip into a little montage unless you guys have more that you want to say right now of the next few days of travel.
It's just been taking a lot of time, but I do want to talk to Casper a bit on
Yeah,
the first day
absolutely.
at least.
Go for it.
I'll knock on his door and be like, "So you want to be bunkmates this time?" If Cass is around,
Suppose we could.
sure. And he'll just like lay shit down there. Down.
All right, but you're sleeping on the floor.
Sure. Kaz and I can share a thing. Maybe I'm being a bit too forward about that. I want to apologize for trying to talk to her in private. Well, Bachelard back there.
It's all good. I know you have your own business with her.
Yeah. You want to know what I wanted to say?
Sure.
I wanted to let her know that the apprehension of the 10 prisoners was my idea. They were more my stock to deal with than yours. So, when I wanted to break some people out, I could have exchanged them myself and wouldn't have covered anything on your end. But I would have gotten what I wanted out of it. And now that I've had some time to think, I'm aware that that's a betrayal on you that would make you want to fucking kill me.
Yes, I probably would have used the last 4 months of my life to enact some sort of revenge as best as I can. But it's only because I have that time. After whatever it is we do here is done, if there are still people in there that you need to get out, I'm going to help you with it. That's
No,
what
that's
you
all.
did for me.
Yeah.
Just hopefully we
Alright.
don't need to do it this way. I'm still not really sure what we're doing here.
Gonna kill a demigod, I guess. Or at least barter with one. Listen, I'm sorry. It's just, I just don't have the confidence in most of this. We're gonna get away with it, but if we can, it'd be great. Path of least resistance for me is to hand you over, and I keep thinking about that. I keep thinking that it'd be easier to do that, and then we can get, and then I can leave. You know, I don't exactly like that. Okay, I would rather we maintain some form of friendship with this. Okay, so I'll get it out of my head. Even the option of betraying you at this juncture.
Yes, I really would appreciate it if you don't sell me out.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me you were thinking about it.
Okay. That's it. No bad blood.
I guess.
What's your plan? What are you gonna do?
I'm not really sure.
Sorry if I'm being blunt.
I keep thinking maybe I'll come up with something more tantalizing, more something she'd want more than souls or myself. I don't know.
Fuck, man. Can you try a little harder, at least? Like, actually put some fucking thought into it? I know the plan's shit, but it's because it's a fucking me plan, and I'm a fucking moron. Uh, I I can't do this by myself. The fucking 10 prisoners thing was my idea. I gave you the fucking paper that told us where Latayan was in the first place. I was the one who thought of stealing this goddamn ship. You're more vested in this than me.
You have to understand I didn't have a lot to work with. Before 2 fucking hours ago, I didn't know what the terms of my agreement, if it can even be called that, were.
Neither did I, and somehow I still managed to do more. Maybe she was right. All of those years in Menko made you soft.
You should probably bunk with somebody else tonight.
Sure. I'll take his stuff and leave.
When you walk out into the hall, you do see that Karaka is essentially just kind of sitting, resting against this column, smoking. And he looks at you and just kind of like turns his back.
Need a light?
I've got it.
Need a partner? And he pulls out a cigarette of his own.
He shrugs and walks towards the stairs.
Away or towards me?
Towards upstairs. But he like shrugs like he doesn't care if you follow.
Yeah, I'll follow.
And he just goes up to the deck, starts to smoke.
Is it like a good brand or stuff like that? Because Branch fucking buys like top shelf tobacco.
Give me a perception check.
Yeah.
Oh, he's vaping.
Nah, pretty standard. Even a little cheap, maybe.
Yeah. Branch is gonna tap him on the shoulder and hopefully get his attention, then pluck the fucking cigarette out of his hand, toss it in the ocean.
What the
Just
fuck,
hand
man?
him a bed. That's some fucking weak shit. Here. And he gives him a pre-rolled, like, higher quality tobacco thing.
He lights
Better?
it. Yeah, sure, thanks.
You're welcome. So, travel do you will?
He looks at you and looks back out to the water. I guess. It's work.
It is. Sucks. See all these places and you can't really fucking enjoy them properly.
It's a living.
Yeah.
Who's the priest?
The loud mouth talking one, spouting stories and all that.
No, the quiet one.
Oh. The Inquisitor?
Yeah, the Inquisitor and the one with the mask. Who are they?
Friends. On the mission with me.
Pilgrims, right?
Pilgrims.
Ah, right, pilgrims. You gonna kill my dad?
Why would I do that?
Fuck if I know.
I can't account for anyone else here, but I've no reason to.
You in charge of that whole thing? Or you just muscle?
Can I roll a perception check real quick? How much does this fucker know?
Sure. He doesn't seem to know a lot, except that, like, something is a little fishy, and you get the impression that it is not something he noticed on his own. It's something that he is thinking a lot about because he was told about. He's got the face of somebody who, like, just had a weird conversation and doesn't know what to make of it yet.
Everyone can do what they want and listen to whoever they listen to. For some reason, they're listening to me. What about you? What are you listening to?
He kind of takes that in and is like, good enough. I think I was mistaken.
Gotcha. What about you? That guy orders you around a lot.
I'm his squire. That's my job.
Don't know if you're super familiar with squires, but there's been a lot of fucking ramifications with Lushites recently, and the way he's treating you would fucking violate the shit out of all their contracts.
Yeah, well, If Lush wants to come down and change things, then he can do that.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I will keep doing my job. Thank you very much.
Right. I got you.
Thanks for the smoke.
No, you-
It's good.
Sorry, but that that's a loaded question you just dropped. You're gonna kill my dad? Who fucking casually asked that?
People who think you're going to kill their dad.
Okay. Well, now that I know that you have that suspicion, you might have put yourself in more danger.
He takes one last drag on the cigarette and he flicks it into the sea. He turns and looks, just kind of dead in the eye, and says, "Are we in danger?"
And so you.
Wonderful. Have a nice night.
Buenas noches.
He starts to head back downstairs.
What is that guy's deal? I want to bump into him and ask him questions.
I was going to say, if you want to, just if you want to be out when this happens, you can. It's still early enough in the evening. With that said, it is midnight. We'll probably wrap up soon, but if you want to get that scene in, it's totally up to you. If you want to do that now, or we can save it.
Yeah.
If you're feeling it, go for it.
It's probably,
Yeah, we got 2 weeks otherwise.
Yeah, let's do it.
that's God. Oh, I think just that. I just want to like pick at his brain to see like does he want freedom? Like I don't know. I feel like I might be able to gather it. That was a good note to leave it on. That was very ominous.
Excellent. Then yeah, we'll
I
pick
like
up
that.
here next time. There will be at least a couple more days of travel until you get to your like planned. Now's the time point, so we can do a little bit more talking, try to pick their brains more. I know you were wanting to like
Yeah.
look for schisms, so that might be a good place to open.
Yeah, interesting.
I was wondering, like, if this kid would be vengeance if I murdered his, vengeful, but vengeance if I murdered his dad. I want to talk to him about that.
Yeah.
Eventually, next
wanna
next
be
time.
Well, if he asks you if you plan to kill his dad, just be like, "What would you do if I did?" Hypothetically.
So hypothetically, if I needed to,
Did kill your dad? What would
say
that look like?
accidentally, yeah, would you?
That like bother you?
I love how quickly Branch was able to burn that bridge with Kaz.
I'm an expert. He is a fucking expert at burning bridges.
True.
0 to burn bridge speed run.
Someone needs to fix this man, and that someone is himself.
But also, the best way to make Kaz hate you is to call him out.
True. I was waiting for I wanted to know the answer to that question. Honestly, I'm very curious.
I don't have an answer.
Right?
In or
Yeah.
out of character. I don't know what the fuck to do in this campaign.
Yeah.
I'm still whatever. It's fine.
We'll find out very soon, hopefully.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Gonna learn today. I think when this Branch and Athens share a room, I feel like they do.
Probably.
Or like he knocks it at its door. Good
Kaz
night.
kicked me out. Can I say?
Hey Branch, you're not with Kaz.
Yeah.
You want to play bridge? I've been learning to play bridge.
I don't know what bridge is.
Me neither. I just got the rules.
All right, let's learn how to play bridge together.
Help, what's
Best-
bridge?
Best friend.
I've never played bridge in real life. I know it's a card game for old people.
Yeah, it's definitely like an old lady card game.
Yeah, we probably just end up stacking cards in very complex
Try-
ways,
yeah.
thinking it's
We're
bridge.
trying to make a. This is a bridge, right? Look,
Yeah, it's like self-sustaining. You gotta put like a lot of triangles under it. I think this is
that's
I
some
think
really
this is what
good
you do.
architectural design.
I know. I think I have a hidden talent for it.
Well, when you stop being an investigator, maybe you should try and look into it. Building bridges.
You know what? I think I'm gonna change my ways now, Kaz. I'm sorry.
Kaz can't come to the phone right now. He says he doesn't want to talk to you.
Cackles with a little like discom intercom.
Yeah, he's just like sitting outside the door with his arms crossed.
He's very angry.
All right, with that, we will wrap up with you guys playing cards. We'll pick up next time on a couple days of travel and then springing some sort of a plan and heading to Luteon so you can figure out what all this shit's about.
Nah, no plan, wing it.
No
Honestly,
plan.
wing it is a plan.
I
It counts.
really like. I really wish I had any sort of inkling of a plan. I really do, in or out of character. I just
It's tough
maybe
because there
maybe
isn't
I'm just
one.
maybe I'm just a bad D&D player, but I don't know what the fuck to do about this.
I hope none of that came out as me insulting you as a player because
No, I don't think it did.
did.
I didn't take it that way, at least.
Good. Okay.
Kaz's response was very much the like, well, I don't know what the fuck to do about this. I just learned I know everything about it you did, and I just learned half of it.
Right, he just got more information about his own plot in the past, 2 hours than he has had the entire campaign.
Yeah. And I really wanted him to be like, well, I'm really glad that you're better at bullshitting half plans than I am. Like that, but I didn't want to turn it into a fight. I felt like it was more fitting for Kaz to kind of shrink into himself. Because that's how he was responding and all that. It's like...
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived under the sun. Our children they spread to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. Leave it all till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burnt us with fiery tongue. We rode our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heaven's a leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden, where men become